there's a crew in town. The head hillbillies are making their rounds. Small town whispers loud and clear. The sheriff shot the judge in his chambers chair.
Sheriff got a secret he won't keep. Judge shot dead in his disbelief. A lot of people have some stories to tell. Dark pass away, get the sound of a shotgun shell.
All the secrets spill on down. Voices loud in this old town. From the courthouse to the ground. Rumors fly and they can't be bound.
Neighbors hide behind their blinds. Whisper tales of troubled minds. Skeletons covering the mountainside. A treacherous reality in the pines.
Winter reveals the hidden lies. Moonlight couldn't mask their cries. Shadows caught in sunlit skies. There's no cover, no disguise. All the secrets spill on down. Voices loud in this old town. From the courthouse to the ground. Rumors fly and they can't be bound.
Winter reveals the hidden lie. Moonlight could mask their cries. Shadows caught in sunlit skies. There's no cover, no disguise.
All the secrets spill on down. Voices loud in this old town. From the courthouse to the ground. Rumors fly and they can't be bound.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show this evening. How is everybody? So my name is Elizabeth, and this is Hillbilly Crime. Thank you all for being here. We didn't do a show last night. I just took a rest yesterday. I just couldn't get myself together. I had my hair up all in a messy bun on top of my head. I just couldn't get ready. So I said, oh, well, we'll just have a day off. We did, and I did a lot of work. I had a ton of work. So, welcome in, everybody. If you've not been here before, where have you been? We're sure glad that you're here now. We've got all the good information covering the Mickey Stines and Judge Kevin Mullins case. There's new stuff coming in every single day. We cover other stuff too. But this Stines Mullins case, it really branches out. Like I don't want anybody to think we get stuck on the shooting in the courthouse, because that's just the smoke that got everybody's attention. The real story is the corruption that is woven into the fabric of the Letcher County community. And it's not just the Letcher County community. It's been all of them. It's all of the communities in Kentucky. It's all of our communities across the country. We are absolutely having like an exposure. You know, all of the people who have been doing these nasty old things are finally getting exposed. And I'm glad. I am really, really glad. They've hurt enough people. I had a couple people ask me to just go over the little boy, the little 10-year-old boy, that's went missing here in Kentucky. So I'm just gonna like really quickly say what's going on with him. Let me get it up here. Oh, well, that was 2 days ago. So let me look at this latest one. All right, Kentucky State Police searching for missing Eastern Kentucky child. Everybody pray for this child. It looks like there may be some, like maybe his parents or whoever had him wasn't paying attention or something. I don't know. Let's read it and we'll find out. Jackson, Kentucky. The Kentucky State Police is searching for a missing child from Breathitt County, Kentucky. Kentucky State Police says 10-year-old Jaden Spicer is believed to have left his Panbow Branch Road home in Jackson early on Wednesday morning. KSP says Spicer is about 5 foot tall with blonde hair and blue eyes. Spicer was wearing Sonic the Hedgehog pajamas, y'all. I mean, he had little hedgehog pajamas on. Bless him, Jesus, Lord, we pray that you find this child. When he left home around 9 p.m. Tuesday. Well, where did he go at 9 p.m. Tuesday when he left? Let's see what this says. It says at approximately 9:23 a.m. on Wednesday, August the 6th, Kentucky KSP Post 13 in Hazard received a 911 call regarding a missing juvenile in the Panbow Branch Road area in the Jackson community. KSP troopers and local search and rescue teams immediately responded to the scene and initiated a search of the surrounding area. Preliminary investigation indicates that 10-year-old Jaden Spicer is believed to have left his residence during the overnight hours or early morning. Jaden is described as a white male, approximately 5 foot tall, with a slim build, blonde hair, and blue eyes. He was last seen around 9 p.m. on Tuesday, August 5th, 2025, at his home on Panbow Road, Branch Road. He was last seen wearing blue Sonic the Hedgehog pajama pants and a matching shirt. Anyone with information about his whereabouts, please call. This investigation is ongoing and is being led by Detective Nathan Rowart. Well, that just doesn't make much sense to me. Like, I'm a little bit confused why it says 9 p.m. and 9 a.m. So he was last seen around 9 p.m. on p.m., so that means nighttime, on Tuesday, August 5th, at his home He was last seen with his hedgehog pajamas. And then it says at approximately 9:23 a.m., so that would be the next morning, August 6th, they receive a 911 call regarding a missing juvenile. So that, I guess that means the last time they saw him was at 9 o'clock the night before. That mean that you've been in bed for the last 12 hours? Where have you been, Mom, for the last 12 hours? Or where's everybody else been for the last 12 hours? But pray, pray, pray. And hopefully this baby will come home safe. All right, guys. Let's move on. So one of the things that I got my hands on, I got my hands on it. I got my hands on it. I got my hands on a personnel file. A whole personnel file. The physical copy of a personnel file. I'm not going to say who it is. We won't tell that quite yet. But as I look through this personnel file of a former law enforcement officer here in Letcher County, I don't know why I'm surprised. I don't know why I'm surprised, but I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised by the mayor of the specific town that this person worked for, because of how much they were willing to throw red flags out the window, how far they were willing to push everything to keep this person employed. When, I mean, nobody would have hired them. Nobody. It's so bad. Like, and why do you keep applying for jobs in the law enforcement profession when you've got domestic violence cases against you, when you've been terminated several times? Why would another agency or department continue to hire people like that? And a little trick I think I finally figured out on how they're getting by with so many people untrained. So it seems to me like in Kentucky, people who are working as law enforcement officers, police officers, they have to go to the academy, right? Well, I think apparently they have like a certain amount of time before they have to go to the police academy. Let me see if I can pull this up on AI. How long does a new employee have to attend the police academy in Kentucky? All right. So it says AI and Google say in Kentucky, new police officers are required to complete a basic training academy within 1 year of their hire date. The Department of Criminal Justice Training, the DOCJT, at Eastern Kentucky University, which I am an alum. I have got my bachelor's degree from there, and my master's degree from EKU. Ba, 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 ba. At EKU in Richmond conducts the basic training academy for most city and county police officers, sheriff's deputies, university police, and airport police in Kentucky. The standard DOCJT, I was going to try, like whenever I went and got my own peer support training and paid for that myself, like I was trying to figure out how I could go through the academy and pay for it myself and get my certification. But I could never figure out how to do that because you have to be hired by somebody first. And then they send you to the academy. But I couldn't never get anybody to hire me. So I thought, well, I'll just go do it myself. And then I'll get a job. Then they'll hire me once I've got my own training and got my certification and all that stuff, right? No, that didn't work that way. No, it don't work that way. The standard DOCJT Basic Training Academy program lasts approximately 20 weeks and involves over 800 hours of instruction. This training covers topics such as patrol procedures, physical training, vehicle operations, defensive tactics, criminal law, traffic and DUI enforcement, firearms, criminal investigations, cultural awareness. I don't think so. Bias-related crimes. I think they need to do a whole new thing on their training. I really do. Because we saw how Ben Fields was able to go do his polygraph, and then Mickey hired him anyway. What did he do? He went down there and admitted to the crimes he was committing in the polygraph. Well, who was the polygraph examiner? Was it the same polygraph examiner who was playing pocket pool at their annual conference, their annual training, where this guy, the KSP's top polygrapher, I don't know if he's their top guy, but I think he was. I mean, he's the only one that I saw on the website. Oh, we got a whole ton of stuff on him. Only when we did our first show talking about him, nobody really paid attention. Nobody really cared. So we're going to have to pull this guy back up. But I didn't prepare him for this show. Oh, yeah. We got pictures. We got video. Security camera video. What have I been saying? A lot of these men are getting older. They've been doing this for decades. So if they've got a 20 or 30-year prestigious career, that just means, in my opinion, that just means they got a long time coming of secrets to get out. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's important to note that the KSP has its own academy, which is a 24-week program that is more than 1,000 hours of training. Additionally, some larger agencies like Louisville Metro Police, the LMPD, and Lexington PD have their own independent academies with differing durations. So that just means they can control everything in-house. That's what that means. In addition to the basic training, new officers typically complete a period of field training with experienced officers after graduating from the academy. Remember the guy who unalived not George Foreman, George, oh, y'all know who I'm talking about. I'm sorry, I forgot his last name, but the guy who unalived him was a training officer, had been on the force for 25, 30 years. He was training new officers. He was training new officers the day that he unalived that man, showing them how it's really done. George Floyd. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. My apologies. All right, now we had I showed you guys the other night about the KSP, and it looks like they're kind of imploding a little bit. You got everybody retiring and just everybody's kind of jumping ship. Let me pull it back up and we'll look at some of the pictures. Oh, there it is. Trooper Gayheart. We like old Trooper Gayheart. Anybody who's not familiar, you better get familiar. He's a hottie patati. Look here. There's Trooper Gayheart. Look how good looking he is. Okay. So now he is the guy who came out after the shooting. He had the real deep voice, and he came out and kind of gave the presser over the shooting. And then he also does some singing for some local charity benefits. So I always like to hear him sing. Anyway, all right, I'll quit crushing on him. I'm old enough to be his mommy, y'all, so don't nobody get all upset here. Let's see, Trooper Gayheart. We want to look at these pictures here. We got, I want to see these people. These are all people who are retiring, having a party here. This is the lady who is the new KSP commander or something. I'm not really sure. She's going to be something. Here's Justin Fugit. There's the armory. That looks like they're having a prayer. And everybody's just having them a good time at the retirement. I don't know who most of these people are. But this guy here in the middle is old Stamper. Now this guy here, oh, I guess it would help if I was sharing the screen. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, y'all. Took me a minute. Okay. So this guy on the right-hand side is named Caudle. I think he's Mike Caudle, if I remember correctly. Let me see. Yeah, Mike Cottle. He's here on the right-hand side. And then the guy on the left there, he was actually there the day of the shooting. He was there with Stamper, and they were putting Mickey in the back of the see, there he is. I think I don't know if he's retiring too or not. I wasn't aware of their names other than Stamper. Don't know who they are. Now, one of these ladies here I heard was kin to Danny Webb, Danny Webb's mom. So that, I haven't confirmed that or nothing. I just heard that they were related to Danny Webb's family. So, if anybody knows differently, you let me know. Anything that we get wrong, we're going to get things wrong from time to time. And if anybody out there knows that we've got something wrong, let us know. I get stuff wrong all the time. We're human. We are human. It happens. But we want to try and correct it. So you let me know. Okay, so let's go on. Jackie Joseph. She was the one that we heard, or at least I think that's who we heard Mickey talking about whenever he got arrested, and he was saying Jackie. That might have been who he was talking about, was her. It says, congratulations, Sandlin and Trooper Bates. I'm not really sure, because I don't think Bates retired, so I'm not really sure why he was being congratulated. But Mike Cottle, now he is the MCHC CEO. I found that very interesting that he would be at this KSP retirement party. Why is the CEO of MCHC, which is the Mountain Comp, that's where Van Breeding and all the ones that are getting all that treatment money, all that rehab money, now that ARC is on the shelf. As soon as ARC got put on the shelf, Van Breeding and all this bunch, they stepped up big time. You've got MCCC and Ison, the Ison preacher man that was in Mullins's chambers the day he was shot. You've got the preacher man. I'm telling you what. He really did do a great con. He's got a great, great con. I used to do time with all these guys. I served almost a decade with all these guys. Now I can come in, sign their name, push a button, and walk them right out the door. You got eight trafficking convictions. You think he just stopped all of a sudden? Or you think he figured out a way to finally get it right? Well, when you got friends in all the high places, you might get away with a little bit. Might get away with a little bit. All right. So we're going to close that up. We are going to listen to a deposition right now. And it's the deposition that has the old KSP commissioner given his testimony. And so we are going to watch, and there's going to be a whole lot of people in this that we're going to recognize. So I'm told. I haven't watched it all the way through yet myself, so I'm going to be watching it with you guys. This is an old deposition. This is the commissioner. This is KSP Commissioner P.J. Burnett deposition. The attorney, Thomas Clay, a.k.a. Big T. All right.
And then I've also
Let me go back to the beginning.
What's going on, everybody?
Identify yourselves and whom you represent.
I put the links.
Jennifer Sandlin and Vic.
I also put the links to all of these in the description of our video. So there's all different kinds of things in there that we're going to be looking at. So if y'all are looking for something and you need to find it, just go look in the description of this video.
Day.
Jennifer Sandlin,
Peter Irvin,
Vicky Day.
And with Robin Cornett and Samantha Bevins represent the defendant, Kentucky State Police.
Raise your hand, sir. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Would you tell us your name, please, sir? It's Philip Burnett Jr. Can I call you Commissioner? Sure. Commissioner, what have you done to prepare for your testimony here today? I have talked with my legal counsel, and then I've also looked at interrogatories that was submitted. Have you looked at any other documents? Yes, I have looked over with the interrogatories. I've looked over I guess interrogatories. That's about all I know on that. So okay. Well, let me ask you some specific questions about what you might have reviewed. The name Freddie Gregory, you know what I'm talking about there, right? I do, sir. Have you reviewed any documents in relation to that litigation? I have, yes. What have you reviewed? I have reviewed a deposition of myself, as well as Mr. Gregory, as well as the interrogatories that were submitted with that. Have you looked at Neil Ward's deposition? Yes. Have you reviewed any court rulings or anything of that nature? No. So, with regard to Sergeant Day, there was an investigation based on Bethany Maynard's EEO complaint. There were documents generated as a result of that investigation. Have you reviewed any of those documents? The only document I reviewed on that was the EEO investigation that was conducted by the cabinet. Okay, and I believe there were certain memoranda that you authored regarding Sergeant Day submitting to an IE interview. Have you reviewed those memoranda, sir? Yes, I would have signed those about from the best. Can I see those? Because I would need to see exactly what I signed. Yeah, I'm gonna show most of that would come from the Internal Affairs Commander. Right, I understand that, but it would go through your hands, though, wouldn't it? Not necessarily. Would you approve it? I would have to see. I'd have to see what that is to be able to approve first. Well, if IA's interviewing a sergeant like Sergeant Day, would you have to authorize that interview? I would not. Okay. Now, you know, there's also been an issue raised about the propriety of a trip to El Paso, Texas from June the 5th to June the 8th of 2022. Have you reviewed documents in relation to that trip? I have reviewed some documents, but I don't know specifically. You'd have to show me what documents are asked. What I'll be. Well, I'm not going to show them to you. I'm just asking you, did you review them? What documents in particular? I'm asking you, sir, what documents you reviewed in preparation for your testimony here today regarding the El Paso trip. I did review the memorandum that was submitted by Lieutenant Colonel Mike Rogers requesting the travel. Okay. Any other documents that you reviewed in relation to the trip to El Paso? Not that I'm aware of. Okay. Have I covered all the documents you reviewed that you recall? That I recall, but I review a multitude of documents.
in my day-to-day duties.
I understand that, sir, but I'm asking you specifically about documents you reviewed in preparation for your testimony during this deposition.
That's all that I can recall.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term Brady cop?
Yes.
What's your understanding of what Brady cop means?
That is someone that has lied, that has been mistruthful or withheld evidence, that has been something that has been detrimental in a criminal investigation.
Okay. Now, you're familiar, of course, with the litigation involving Freddie Gregory,
Yes.
and you gave a deposition in that case.
Yes.
You reviewed that deposition?
Yes.
Is there anything in that deposition you wish to change?
No.
Object to the form of that. You can answer.
You did. All right. Did you review the deposition of Neil Ward?
Yes.
Are you familiar with its contents enough to answer questions about it?
I would have to see specifically what you'd be in context to if I had the deposition in front of me.
All right.
What case are we on?
The case is Freddie Gregory versus
No.
Pete.
Are we on Jennifer Sandlin's case?
We're on both of them.
On
His status, there's Mr. Ward's deposition. It's on both of them. So what I want to ask you, sir, in reviewing his deposition, does he say that he looked at the video that Mr. Gregory created?
Yes.
And he said he didn't see anything that constituted disorderly conduct, correct?
To my recollection, he said nothing he felt like that he could get a conviction on.
Well, he said he didn't see anything on disorderly conduct, didn't he?
To my understanding, anything that he could get a conviction on.
Okay. So did he express any opinion as whether there was evidence of disorderly conduct?
Objection. The deposition will speak for itself.
That's an improper objection during a video deposition, ma'am.
Well, we'll make our objections. Don't you worry about it.
Well, I'm going to worry about it, Peter, and I'll get the judge to come in here and correct it if I need to.
Fine. You do what you think you need.
I will do it. I will. Don't
Wait
worry.
for time. We're losing record.
Put them up, man.
The question was, sir, did Mr. Ward testify in that deposition that he saw anything that constituted probable cause?
You give him your best recollection.
To the best of my recollection, that he did not have enough to obtain a conviction.
That's not my question.
That's his answer to your question. Move on.
I'm not moving on. I'm going to get an answer to the question. Peter, I'm not going to sit here and let you do that.
Well, you just.
Let's get the
It's
judge.
not on the record when we're talking simultaneously. I cannot capture it.
Second time he's asked that very same question.
And he didn't answer either
Same
time.
answer. That is his answer.
See the judge.
You go see him.
You want to come with me or not?
You go see the judge. You let me know if you get an audience.
Time is 9:43. We're now back on the record. Time is 10:03 a.m.
Sir, you understand what probable cause is, don't you?
Yes.
In reviewing Mr. Ward's deposition, did he ever indicate that he saw probable cause in that videotape?
The best I can recollect by reviewing that, he said he did not determine probable cause. He just determined if he had enough for a conviction.
Okay. So, have you reviewed the video of that interaction between you and Mr. Gregory?
Yes.
How many times?
Several.
Can you give us the best estimate?
You know, that happened in 2009 at court proceeding. I would say probably excess of 9 or 10.
Okay. You gave your deposition in that litigation, I believe.
Yes.
Were you shown the video at the outset of your deposition?
Yes.
And you're also shown it again at the end of your deposition, I believe. So you're actually shown it twice.
Yes.
And there was a transcript of that video also.
Yes.
Did KSP have possession of that video?
No. Well, they did when they were in the litigation, yes.
Okay, and it was part of the file.
Yes.
So is it still in the file? Do you know?
I don't know about the file.
Do you know where the file is?
I do not.
Is it an open file or a closed file to your knowledge?
That would have been closed right after the trial,
And
I would assume.
the trial's in December 2015, I believe, correct?
I'm not for sure on the year. It was several years later, probably. So yeah, I believe it was, yes.
Okay. And actually, that trial started and there was jury selection and opening statements were made, correct?
Yes.
And then after that, there was a recess taken and there was a settlement reached with Mr. Gregory.
I believe, the best of my recollection, that the video was shown on the first day, and then it was the start of the next day, that morning, when their counsel said that Mr. Burnett has not even offered our client $1.
Okay. And that was true, wasn't it?
Yes.
In fact, you were sued individually, correct?
Yes.
Did KSP indemnify you?
Yes.
And you had counsel there also, I believe. Mr. Wright, was he one of them?
No. He was initially during depositions, but he was not during a trial.
Okay. Matt Feltner was counsel during the trial, I believe.
Yes.
And do you have any reason to believe that that video is not in the file that KSP had or has at this time?
I don't know. I've not looked at the file. I can't say either which way.
Well, you know, in response to the request for admission that I submitted asking about that video, the response was that you wanted a copy of the video, correct?
Repeat the question.
The request for admission number 11, where I asked you to admit certain things, and the response was that if we're referring to the video, that you all wanted a copy of the videotape, correct?
I can't recollect on that. I'd have to see that.
All right.
I had my own copy from when I was litigated. That's how I've reviewed the tape,
So you had a copy of it.
and my own personal file.
Well, let me show you your response to the request for admission. Number 11.
I'll stop at for a second and finish telling you this. Now, the deposition that we are listening to is from the Kentucky State Police. But what I found in this personnel file that I've got is that one of the ways they get around it here in the county, in the city departments, is that they will, like the one that I've got, they were reaching out to the academy saying, hey, we really don't want to let them go, but, you know, we don't think that they're going to be able to pass this test. They even said we don't think that they are intellectually smart enough to pass this the academy. Then they say, we don't want to let them go, but we don't want them to go to the academy yet. So what do they say? They come back with in the email? Well, the only thing that I could think of then is let him resign or terminate him, and then have it completely, having completely separated from the agency, and then rehire him. Start the hiring process all over again. So that'll give them another year to not have to take it. Wow. Or we could just pass them on, we'll let them resign and not have them at Neon, and they'll go to Whitesburg, and they can work at Whitesburg for another year before they have to go. Very interesting that I found that out. Very interesting. I'll wait till we get into it. Unbelievable.
Is that in fact your response, sir?
Objection to the form. That is not his answer, that is counsel's answer.
Well, you're again violating the rule of civil procedure, Mr. Irvin, by saying what your objection is.
You're a witness. I'm not gonna let you mislead him.
Well, you're not gonna follow the rules then. Maybe we need to get the judge back out again.
We're not on the record. I cannot make out two statements at the same time.
I'm not gonna let you mislead the witness.
I'm not misleading the witness, Mr. Irvin.
Yes, you are. What, is his signature on there?
It's his answer, sir. He prepared the answers to those discovery requests.
I don't know, sir.
Well, you ought to know.
Is his signature on there?
No, that was a problem. Nobody signed it in violation of the civil rules.
Well, maybe that would demonstrate whether he knows anything about that answer.
Well, I'm gonna ask him about it. And I hope if you have an objection, you'll follow the judge's instructions and do it by the rules for a change.
You have a question?
Have you had a chance to read that, sir?
I have.
May I have it back?
Hit that like button
It
for
says
us.
presumably the facts are in the tape reference in the request. Defendant objected to the request because no tape, i.e. no facts, was provided for the defendants to review as part of this request. Well, you have a copy of the tape, don't you, sir?
I was not asked if I had a copy.
So,
Did you review this before it was filed, this response here?
But I didn't review the file. No, not till that was submitted. My name is not on that. I did not.
Okay. It's asking you to admit that the tape of Gregory's arrest by Burnett shows that Gregory did nothing that will legitimately constitute either disorderly conduct or menacing. Did I read that correctly?
No, you did not read it correctly. That request is not to him personally. And that's the way you asked.
I didn't ask.
It is.
Now, how many of you are going to object?
I want to object.
Well, then tell her to quit objecting.
I'm not going to tell her anything.
Okay. Are you going to object, ma'am?
I can refrain. It's just instinct, Mr. Clay. You know how it is. Your lawyer sitting in deposition. It's just a natural thing. But I'll defer to Mr. Irvin.
Sir, this is a request for admission submitted to the Commonwealth Kentucky State Police, correct?
Yes.
It calls for information within your knowledge, correct?
Objection to the form.
This was about the file. I did not review what was in the file at KSP.
Sir, does it call for information within your knowledge?
Object as to
He's asking you to interpret his question.
Mr. Irvin, I am not going to sit here and let you do that. Now I'm going to go get the judge again. You know what the rules are. The judge read them to you.
Not on the record. If you'd like it on the record, I'll need you to repeat it one at a time.
Again, to my understanding, it was requested what was in the file. I did not review what was in the file.
Sir, my question was, did you have input into that response?
Yes.
Okay. What input did you have?
I don't know that I was requested about what, if the tape existed or not. They were looking at the file at KSP.
My question was, what input did you have into that response?
Objection to the form. Presumes evidence not in record.
Yes. really don't understand what you're trying to ask me here. This is the file that they've requested. I did not know that what was in the file, what was not. I did not review the file that was submitted during discovery for the Gregory arrest.
Okay, did you provide any information that is included in that response to the request for admission?
Not specifically on this one about a videotape. No, I did not.
Okay.
Yep.
So, when this says, admit that a review of the tape of Gregory's arrest by Burnett shows that Gregory did nothing that would legitimately constitute either disorderly conduct or menacing, what's your answer to that?
The tape did show that.
It did show that. It did?
I wouldn't have arrested him.
Okay. What did the tape show that constituted either menacing? Well, you didn't arrest him for menacing, did you?
I told him that I was arresting him for menacing.
Right, but you didn't.
That was a Class B misdemeanor as well as disorderly conduct. So I didn't want to load up charges on him for the same event.
Did you understand my question, sir?
I did.
What was it?
Did I arrest him for menacing? And I told him that I would arrest him for menacing, but I did not put that on the citation. But I explained to him at the jail.
Oh, okay.
When we're down there the process, when I filled out the citation, why that I charged him with disorderly, and I was not going to put the additional charge of menacing, which is what I originally told him that he was placed under arrest for, as well as a failure to wear a seatbelt.
Okay. Did you arrest him for menacing?
I told him I was placing him under arrest for menacing. I just did not list that citation on, I did not list that charge on the citation, but I described the event that occurred.
Okay, so my question stands, sir. Was he arrested for menacing?
When I instructed him he was placed under arrest, I did tell him menacing, but I charged him and placed him under arrest for disorderly conduct. But when we're at the jail and then I'm filling out the citation, I explained to him that I'm not going to charge him with disorderly conduct and menacing and failure to wear a seatbelt. And the reason why is because one of the main issues he was concerned about was he felt like he was on a private roadway. I just didn't want to load up charges on him.
It's a yes or no question. Did you arrest him for menacing?
I told him, as you can see on the video, that I was arresting for menacing. I just did not place that on the citation.
So I'm just trying to get a simple answer to a simple question, sir. Did you arrest him for menacing? Yes or no?
If you look at the video, I told him that I placed him under arrest for menacing. I did not charge him with that on the citation. His actual arrest was for disorderly conduct and for failure to wear a seatbelt.
Okay, so you did arrest him for menacing.
Objection to the form, don't answer that.
Certify the question. What did Mr. Gregory do that constituted the offense of menacing?
When I stop him, as you can see on the video, that all of a sudden I tell him that he's on a roadway. He's blocking the roadway. And then I said it doesn't have a seatbelt on. And then he wants to say that he's not out on a public roadway. He said that I believe it was a private roadway, but it was not on a public roadway. And I explained, yes, it is. And I said, there's a road sign there. And Gregory Lane, I've lived in Bell County my entire life. I know what a public roadway is and what a private roadway is. So he becomes defiant about that. I asked him several times for his operator's license. He does not want to provide that. Then he sticks his finger out and puts it in conjunction towards my chest out through the window. And then he's saying that I'm harassing him, which has not been harassment because I'd only had stopped him one time previously on an ATV that he was operating on a public roadway. That was against the law.
Is that what constituted the menacing?
That, in the fact that how he put me in fear of my personal safety. Anyone that is right there and he's And I explained to him that it was not a public roadway, or that was private roadway, that it was public, that he did have a seatbelt on. He did not have a seatbelt on. And then that he was pointing his finger at me and being defiant. And the fact, you got to look at this as well, because the previous interaction I had with him, I stopped him on a roadway and on a UTV side by side, which is against the law. Did not know who he was or anything whatsoever. I stopped him and then asked him for his driver's license. And then at that time, he did not want to give me his driver's license. He was saying, you have no reason to be up here stopping people on a road, on a side by side, on an ATV up in this hall. And I said, yes, I do. I said, we're getting drug information that there's drug trafficking going on up here. And he does not want to give me his driver's license. You know, at that time, he's very aggressive, shouting at that point as well. Very high tone in his voice. And then I asked him for his license repeatedly, and he finally gives him to me. And because I didn't know who he was. And then I asked him that I'm up here, does he have a nickname? And he said, why? And I said, because I received information that someone by the name of Pinhead is trafficking in narcotics up here. That's even why I'm here. And then he becomes very upset because he wants to know who that told me that. And I was not going to give him that information. And then I told him, I said, well, I'm not going to give you a citation today. I said, I'm going to give you a warning. But I said, you know, we'll have to be up in here because we are receiving multiple complaints up in the area for drug trafficking. So I did not issue a citation. I did not impound his four-wheeler, give him a verbal warning, and let him on his way. So that first interaction that we had, he was very aggressive, his tone and that type of thing. So when I stopped him the second time, I wasn't 100% sure that it was him, but I did think there's a good possibility of it. And then obviously I just asked for his driver's license, and then he's not want to give me his driver's license. He sticks that finger out at me, said I'm harassing him. I'm not. And you know, he's pointing out through the window out towards my chest. I knew at one time before that he was armed. And taking all that in context, someone that just keeps arguing, and he says, just take me to jail, even after I made that comment, that's not reasonable. At that time, then I felt like that I was in fear of my safety being there.
Any other facts that you considered in determining he should be arrested for menacing? Have you told us all the facts? You know, again, I did what I felt like was best at that time. There was a young girl in the vehicle. There was, I think in that area, he has some family members there. And based on all those circumstances in particular, it was a bad situation. And the fact that who's going to protest, just asking to see their driver's license, and then pointing his finger at me, knowing his background, knowing that I'm having information that there is drug trafficking in the area and dealing with him. It was just a bad situation. Any other facts?
I think so.
No, just the fact that I asked him several times for his driver's license. He did not want to give them to me. Was protesting that, you know, he said he was on his own property. You know, the fact that he's sticking his finger out at me, and the prior interaction that we had with him. You know, anyone that tells you that you have no business being up in a holler when he knows very well that you can't ride an ATV on a roadway up in there, then I become concerned for my safety as well as a little girl to be in there, how he was acting, because I knew that he was probably armed.
Okay. I just want to be sure we got all the facts. Is that all of them?
That's all I can think of at this time.
Okay.
It was since 2009.
Oh,
Yes, sir. I understand. Well, now, if the allegation of being untruthful, it's a Class A violation for KSP, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you have anybody on the command staff who's had an allegation of untruthfulness be substantiated?
I do not know that in particular firsthand.
Well, I don't care about firsthand, sir. Do you know about it at all from any source whatsoever?
I have heard, I have not seen that we did have a former major, Jamie Heller, that had a honesty charge.
Well, you heard her testimony, Captain Stanley's testimony yesterday, didn't you?
I did.
And she identified Captain or Major Heller as having an allegation sustained against him for being untruthful.
Correct. That's what she said, but I didn't see any documentation. I don't think there was any documentation produced of such.
Okay. Well, if it's true, does it go in his personnel file?
It should.
And when is it removed?
I think it's 10 years after they retire.
Okay.
Or separate from the agency.
Just because it happened 10 years ago doesn't mean it's not going to still be in a personnel file, correct?
I don't know if it would be in the personnel file or if it would just be in an IA file.
Well, there'd be a record of it with KSP, though.
Should be if it was substantiated, as
All right.
I say.
Now, we talked about the menacing. I want to talk about the disorderly conduct. I want you to tell us all the facts that Mr. Gregory engaged in that caused you to charge him with disorderly conduct.
You know, the big issue with him, he kept saying that he was on his own property, which I knew that he was not. And that was even, you know, that was one of the big contentious issues with that. So as you can see, or you see on the video, that you do have him screaming. That was after the point that he was arrested. I told him he was arrested for menacing, but it was in a public place. There were people around. It was in the middle of the day on a Saturday, so there's houses around. I don't think there's anybody in particular right there, but there's houses around. It's a community. It's in a little hollow. And the fact that he was on a public roadway, and then, you know, I saw that as a threatening manner, that how he was acting, pointing his finger towards me, not wanting to give me his driver's license, say, take me to jail. So with all that, and then being on the public roadway, and then as you can hear that he's screaming there after he was placed under arrest. And then that's why that I charged him with the disorderly conduct, because of on the public roadway. And I explained to him at the jail why that I went with disorderly conduct instead of the menacing, because they were both Class B misdemeanors, and I was just not going to arrest him on 2 Class B misdemeanors for the same event.
Any other facts that you relied on to establish a charge of disorderly conduct?
No, just that it was in a public roadway. It was in the public, and that I saw that as I think it's public annoyance or being loud. So that's how I come with the disorderly conduct.
So we've got all the facts on the record now that you based your charge of disorderly conduct on.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Ward, obviously, according to his deposition, you watched the video, correct?
Yes.
He dismissed the disorderly conduct and the no seatbelt, correct?
Yes.
Did he consult with you about that?
He did not.
You found out about it after the fact, didn't you?
Yes.
Did you go back to Mr. Ward and say, excuse me, what's going on here? Did you have any communication with Mr. Ward about why he dismissed the case?
Yes, I did.
Tell us about that.
Because on the way to jail, he told me, Mr. Gregory said numerous things, but one thing in particular, he said, I'm going to have your job. I'm going to have you taken care of. I'm going to sue you. So I knew that was potentially an issue. So when that was dismissed, and I'm always one that attends court, every subpoena. So if anything is dismissed, or if I can't attend because I have training, then I'm always in consultation with the county attorney's office. But it did concern me that I had a case that was dismissed without at least the prosecutor talking to me, because that's typical practice, that usually if there is something that's dismissed, that they'll talk with us.
So what did y'all talk about?
Talked about I asked him, I said, did you dismiss the charge? And he said, yes. And he said, and he had a video. And I said, well, I wish, that we could have discussed it because there's more to the video. There's a lot of background to this video, like how the first interaction that I had with Mr. Gregory, why that progressed to where that progressed to has been the first time that I dealt with him on the ATV. It wasn't just that video, and have to know the mindset of receiving information as well as some of the background surrounding him and his family in that area.
Okay, so what did Mr. Ward say?
I don't remember in particular. He said, I didn't just dismiss it. I think he said I dismissed it without prejudice, that we could bring it back up. But I said, I'm not going to do that. And that's the biggest thing that I can remember from that.
Any other conversation between you and Mr. Ward about his dismissing the disorderly conduct and no seatbelt?
Not that I can recall.
Do you recall when the lawsuit was filed where you were named individually and Mr. Gregory filed suit against you in federal court?
Yes.
When was that filed, sir, if you recall?
I want to say 2010 or 11. I'm not for sure.
Well, this arrest took place in 2009, didn't it?
Yes.
So are you aware what the statute of limitations is on a civil action for wrongful arrest and civil rights violations?
No.
Okay. Now, you said that you've been getting reports about Mr. Gregory trafficking in drugs, right?
Yes.
Do you know the identity of any of those individuals?
I do.
Do you have records of it?
I do not.
Sir?
I do not.
Who were they?
That was anonymous information that I was given. That we don't reveal anonymous information. I've never have revealed that.
Okay. Well, do you know who made those reports to you?
Yes.
You know the identity of those people?
I do know that person.
So they're not anonymous then, if you know their identity, are they?
Yes. He did not want to be named.
Well, I understand they didn't want to be named, but I'm asking you to tell me who they were.
Objection to the poll. You'll have to answer that.
Certify the question. When did you receive that information, sir?
I received information about him couple months before that I even stopped him the first time on the ATV. And then that day, I was a range officer for the Harlan post at that time. And I was down there building targets in Knox County. I received a call that there was a lot of drug traffic up in the area. It was on a Saturday during the day, and wanted some police presence up there. So when I finished my detail at the range in Knox County, on my way home, because I was due off at 4 o'clock, and I think that interaction time was 2:30 or 3 o'clock on my way home, and then I just drove up through there because there's supposed to be a lot of traffic in and out of the holler and a lot of drug traffic that day, and concerning with him.
Okay. Now, was there any investigation done into Mr. Gregory's alleged drug activity?
We always have investigations that we're looking at, see if there's drug activity, but I don't know anything specifically that he was arrested or charged with.
Well, my question was he investigated?
We take complaints and then we have our troopers, we have our detectives, and they take what information that they have. And then we try to see if we can develop any further information for an investigation.
Well, okay, was information developed that led to an investigation of Mr. Gregory?
Well, we had to have more information, such as an informant, or we would have to have that he was actually in possession of illegal drugs. But at that time, we did not have that.
Well, you got a report from an individual, you know who the identity of that person, and was that person's information based upon firsthand observation, or was it rumor, or what was that person's information based upon?
Based upon him living in a community and seeing him every day and his interactions with people there in the community and people in and out of his home.
So that would be firsthand information, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily. You'd have to go more than just one call.
Well, you were a lieutenant back then,
Wow.
correct?
Yes.
So you had people working for you,
Yes.
including drug investigators.
Yes.
Did you have any of those individuals you were supervising do any kind of drug investigation into Mr. Gregory?
No.
And you also talked about the disorderly conduct, there being people around where his truck was parked. And I understand you say it's a public road, and he said it's a private road. I get all that. Who were the people who were standing around, sir?
I did not say there's people standing around. I said it was on a Saturday during the day. In that community, there's homes around, there's people in and out. It's just it's kind of a busy community. I didn't say anybody was standing right there.
Well, as I wrote it down, you said there were people around.
When I elaborate on that is that there's people outside at their homes. That is a community. It's kind of like a hollow. It's just not where that's just one or two homes. There's a lot of people around. There's a lot of residents around.
Did you see anybody who was there observing or hearing what was going on between you and Mr. Gregory?
Not in particular.
Okay. Are you aware of any court rulings regarding the evidence in this case involving Mr. Gregory?
You'll have to elaborate more on that.
So I'm asking you if you're aware of any court rulings.
Yes, I've received a summary judgment in the Eastern District dismissing the case.
By Judge
litigation.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, by Judge Van Hatenho in London.
Okay, was that the end of it?
No.
What happened?
They appealed it and it went to the Sixth Circuit.
All right, what did the Sixth Circuit do?
They remanded it back down to a trial in the London District.
Okay, and have you seen the Sixth Circuit opinion?
I have not.
Well, I want to show it to you. And I want to be sure I understand it. You have not seen the Sixth Circuit opinion.
I'll have to see it. I would assume that I have probably saw this now that it's in front of me because that would have been my investigation. So yes, I probably would have seen this.
Anything in that opinion that troubles you?
I've not read this in years.
We'll take a look at it. Well, it's issued 2014, wasn't it?
That's what it says. It's filed here, August 20th, 2014.
Okay. Whatever you need to do to refresh your memory with that, please do so.
You want to sit here while he reads it?
Suits me.
Let's go off the record, give you a chance to read it.
Going off the record, time is 10:35. We're now back on the record, time is
Be careful about putting that out.
10:48.
Sir, have you had a chance to review that opinion from the Sixth Circuit?
Yes.
Anything in there trouble you?
I want to object to the form and instruct you not to answer that.
Certify the question. Turn to page 8.
Okay.
Under arrest.
Okay.
Read the first sentence.
A review of the tape shows that Gregory did nothing that would legitimately constitute either disorderly conduct or menacing.
That's a problem, isn't it?
Objection to the form, don't answer that.
That makes you a liar, doesn't it, sir?
Objection to the form, don't answer that.
Let's go get the judge. Off the record.
Going off the record, time is 10:49. We're now back on the record, time is 11:13.
Sir, I want to talk about Sergeant Vicky Day's case, if we could.
Now, Sergeant Vicky Day. Let me grab this. She has another name. Okay. So Vicky Everso is, I think, who what her last name is. I think if this is right, she was the top sex abuse investigator for the KSP. That's who Vicky Eversole, Vicky Day.
Are you aware of any diagnosis that's been rendered on her by a healthcare professional?
I saw a doctor's note putting her off on sick, but I don't know exactly what the determination was.
Okay. Do you recall anything about what the doctor's note said?
I do not. I just remember seeing a doctor's note and putting her off on sick time.
Okay. Was she on FMLA?
I don't know if she was actually coded of that or not. I don't know, but I do know that she was off on sick leave.
Okay. Her case was interviewed by Cat Reed, I believe, correct?
Yes,
And was that on November 29th of 2022? Do you recall?
I do believe it was in November, but I don't know the specific date.
Have you reviewed that interview?
Yes.
Did Sergeant Day raise concerns in there about irregularities with regard to the trip to El Paso, Texas from June the 5th to June the 8th of 2022?
She did mention that she had concerns with that, but that's been some time since I read that, but she did bring some concerns about that trip.
Do you recall any specifics about what those concerns might have been?
She felt like that it wasn't a warranted trip, and she was upset that females were traveling on that trip along with her husband, to the best of my recollection.
Okay. Did she allege that any rules or regulations have been violated as a result of that trip?
I don't know specifically.
Generally, did she? Do you recall?
Generally, she had some concerns. I can't say that they were rules or regulations, but to the best of my recollection, she was upset that females were there, and she did not feel like that the particular females that were there should have been there with the command staff at that trip.
Should they have been there with the command staff?
Yes.
Why?
Due to what Epic and that is in El Paso, the duties that they had was associated with the basis for the trip, license plate readers. That was the memorandum that was submitted. You had the command staff members that went, and then the civilians that went. They were females, and 3 of them were intelligence commanders with, I think, the West, East, and Central of the intelligence. They were like supervisors there. So that was a big part of their duties dealing with that. And then the 4th female, she was administrator of the ASAP grant, which paid for that trip. And she also, by purchasing equipment with the ASAP grant, one of the things they purchased with is license plate readers, that type of thing. So the grant pays for that. So she had a vested interest in to know what basically the return was on purchasing that equipment for what happens at Epic at El Paso.
That's the biggest bunch of BS I think I've ever heard in my life. And this guy, like whoever made him commissioner, like he's just as squirrely as the preacher, man. I mean, he just makes me want to puke, makes me want to vomit. You can tell he's a lying through his teeth. You can just tell. Now, I want to say something. Everybody that I have ever talked to about these things where they send them all off to like a training, or like when the lawyers, if you're a lawyer and you go to those conferences, on the weekend, and they take their legal staff, they take a whole bunch of like little young legal aides or something. Everybody I've ever talked to said it was nothing but a freak off. It was nothing but a freak off. And everybody that goes to these conferences, they know this is nothing but a freak off. When I said earlier, old boy was playing pocket pool, somebody put a comment on there and said, I don't think she knows what a pocket pool is. Oh, yeah, I do. Oh, yeah, I do. When you've got one of your top Kentucky State Police polygraph examiners, and you've got him going to a conference on a weekend to a certain hotel, and everybody in the state is there, everybody that's supposed to be there is there from out throughout the whole state, and he's standing outside staring into the camera, playing pool in his pocket. Oh, there was a complaint. There was an investigation. We got it all. I got the whole thing. And then he was allowed to resign. There are way too many of these instances that our Attorney General knows about, our governor knows about. Too many of these get swept under the rug. Too many of these guys in high positions. And they don't care. Listen, they don't care.
So the females are authorized to be on that trip for legitimate reasons.
Yes.
Who were the females?
It was Bethany Maynard, Heather Hibbets, Meredith Bales, and the fourth one, that's thing, I can't remember her name.
Who?
There was a lieutenant colonel on the trip.
Yes.
That was Lieutenant Colonel
Mike Rogers.
Did any of these females work for Colonel Rogers?
Basically, all of them would be in the chain of command and operations. But Bethany Maynard is a justice program administrator, but is also directly also does administrative duties for the Office of Operations Lieutenant Colonel, which was Mike Rogers.
Okay. Any of the other females travel with Colonel Rogers on other KSP sponsored trips?
I don't know if they have or not. I would have to look and see on travel request.
Now, were all the regulations the KSP is governed by followed with regard to the documentation on that trip, sir?
There was a memorandum that was submitted by Lieutenant Colonel Mike Rogers, talking about the basis for the trip and then who all he was requested to go. That memorandum come to me, and I approved that.
Okay. But my question was, were there any regulations that were violated as a result of that trip? KSP general orders specifically?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You're familiar with the Form 138?
Yes.
Were there any 138s filled out on that trip?
No, that was a memorandum, because whenever we have for instance, the Kentucky Derby. So if we send a bunch of troopers to the same training and the same event, instead of having multiple 138s, we will do a memorandum, and that will list who all is going. So that way there's not a multitude of 138s for travel requests where you could do it just on one memo. That's what our financial grants management section requests that we do.
So what would be a multitude of troops sent to a particular training session? What would constitute a multitude?
I would say 4 or 5 plus.
Okay. Is there a specific regulation that deals with out-of-state travel on 138s?
That you do submit a 138 on travel, on policy.
For out-of-state travel?
I forget the exact form, but we do submit, but we also, financial grants management, we do the memorandum in lieu of that. We've done that on multiple other entities.
Well, but my question is specific. There's a specific general order that requires the Justice and Public Safety Cabinet to approve 138s for out-of-state travel. Isn't that true?
I would have to see specifically reading that regulation, but I do know through the course of my employment, being at the command staff, that we have used a memorandum, and even my days when I was a post commander, that we use a memorandum if you have multiple people going on the same trip.
You can use a memorandum instead of 138.
If you have multiple people to save on having to conduct multiple 138s, travel requests, yes, we do that.
All right, and that would include, of course, this trip to El Paso, or is that what you're saying?
Yes,
All right, so the memo was okay.
yes.
Did the memo follow the normal chain of command for its approval?
Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Mike Rogers submitted that directly to me because I would be the next line review for him. And then after that, then I will send on to financial grants management. And if there's any issues, then they will bring that up.
So you don't have final approval authority for that trip, is that correct?
Well, I actually do as the appointing authority, but also on out of state, that will go above me, and those go over to the cabinet to be looked at as well.
The Cabinet for Justice and Public Safety?
Yes,
This one didn't go to Justice, did it?
I don't know.
Went straight to the governor's office, didn't it?
I know that it wound up at the governor's office. I don't know if it was routed through the public justice cabinet as well, but I do know it wound up at there as well as any other out-of-state travel.
So you don't know if it was approved or even routed through the Justice and Public Safety Cabinet. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes,
Should you've known that?
I will approve it, and then I'll give that to my administrative specialist, Lucille Marshall, and then she'll send those on from there. But that may not have went to the cabinet. I don't know.
Who drew up the memo?
Lieutenant Colonel Mike Rogers submitted it.
No, I asked you who drew it up.
You'll have to ask him that, but that was submitted to me and had his signature on the bottom of it.
You don't know if Bethany Maynard drew that up?
I do not know.
Now, speaking of Bethany Maynard, what is her position?
She's a Justice Public Administrator at JPA.
Is she entitled to draw overtime?
She can. I think the grant allows her to draw some overtime for that as well. We have other JPAs. Haley Samuel, she draws overtime on highway safety. Don Jefferson draws overtime dealing with the JAG. So yes, JPAs do draw some overtime.
Well, Bethany Maynard drew some pretty good overtime from 2019 to 2023, didn't she?
I don't know.
Now, let me stop this because let me explain to you what's been going on in the last several years. A lot of these guys are starting to get busted on their time cards because they all got greedy and they're not very bright when it comes to trying to hide their tracks. I don't think there is any hiding that. They just got used to billing and doing overtime billing. I have said so many times that Eastern Kentucky is probably the white collar crime capital of the world. You go digging down into the financial aspects and the of fraud, waste, fraud, and abuse in every single industry in Eastern Kentucky. And you're going to see some dirty, dirty dogs that are robbing everybody blind, especially our government. If they want to save $1 billion, I guarantee it, $1 billion if they came into Kentucky and got all of these crooks out of here and stopped wasting our money, because it's all going in their freaking pockets. It's all going in their families' pockets. They've got all the contracts. They've got all, and if they don't have it, they'll create a company within their family to get that contract. Local, city, county, state, federal. It just gets bigger. It just gets bigger the higher up you go.
You don't have any idea or any insight into how much overtime she was paid during that period of time?
I don't approve that.
But that's not my question, sir. You don't have any insight into that.
I do know that she gets overtime through the ASAP grant, but that's all. I don't know how much.
Would it
The
surprise you
ASAP.
know it was over $53,000?
The ASAP, I'm not exactly sure what the ASAP stands for, but it's one of those grants. It's one of those grants of funding that they've got pouring into Kentucky. They really need to have like a grant, a funding czar who oversees all of these federal grants. I'm telling you, so many of these people are crooked as hell, and so many of them recipients of these federal fundings. That money's not going to help. It ain't coming to help none of us. We are the opioid addicts. We are the ones that are in successful recovery. We are the ones who have been in it. That money ain't helping us a bit. They ain't none of us getting the counseling. They ain't none of us the only thing that pays that we need the money for is our medicine. That's it. If they would take every bit of this money away from MCHC, from ARC, from the courts down there, it's all going to pay their salaries. They're all getting rich as hell. You can't be a peer support specialist and then they're using the peer supports. Oh, well, they're losing their jobs. Well, hell, they wouldn't have even had a job before. And the only way they have jobs now is ARC and the people who run these big companies. They're the ones who have the say. Because none of us can afford to go get our own certification. No, there ain't no addicts in recovery that can go pay $600 to become a peer support specialist. I mean, I did it, but I guarantee you there ain't nobody else doing it. You have to get hired on through MCHC or one of these companies. They send you. They pay for your training. They say who can be a peer support and who can't. And they only pay the peer support like what, $10 an hour, $12 an hour, but then they're billing Medicaid for 25 or 30. And then they keep the rest of that and call it administrative fees. I mean, you cannot make any of this stuff up. They have put together a criminal organization, and they are all just woven in at whatever way they come. They're just all woven in. And if they weren't crooked when they got in, they sure as hell are by the time they get out.
And overtime?
Yes, sir.
That would surprise me.
Why?
I just think that's an exorbitant amount, but I don't feel like she drew that. I feel like that was that amount of overtime. There's also overtime associated with that grant that can be paid to troopers and detectives that work on something in particular dealing with the ASAP grant. So I would not think that she whatsoever drew $53,000 in federal overtime.
Would she be authorized? It would be federal overtime, wouldn't it?
No, that's the state grant.
State grant, okay. So it's state money, not federal money.
That's correct.
Okay. Would it be proper for her to draw overtime for her lunch hour?
No, it would not. Unless she's not taking a lunch and she's working on the grant during her lunch there. That would be the only way, but not that she's out eating lunch and carrying time. But we do have employees that work through their lunch hour and be able to claim time if they just work through their lunch hour.
They can't do that. They're not allowed to do that. They're not allowed to do that. But yet they're all above the law. They can do whatever they want to do. As long as I say they can do it, they can do it. There are things called labor laws.
But you don't know if Miss Maynard engaged in that same practice.
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know who would have approved her overtime during that period of time?
That would have been Lieutenant Colonel Mike Rogers.
Would there have been somebody before him?
Me.
I would not think so.
Colonel Slinker? Lieutenant Colonel Slinker?
Right. Yes,
He would have approved it before Colonel Rogers?
could have.
Thank
It could
you.
have been me. I had that position before. It was Lieutenant Colonel Slinker, and then it was myself, and then it was Lieutenant Colonel Mike Rogers.
Okay. Who's responsible for reviewing the award of overtime?
Like, I don't, you have to repeat the question.
Who's responsible for reviewing the award of overtime?
Like, who can administer the overtime?
Well, no, who approves it? Who has authority to review it?
Well, whenever you have a grant, you'll have to have specifications of what the grant is spent on. So they will have overtime, like how much overtime was paid. And then obviously that would go back to the ASAP grant. But there's only so much allowed for overtime. It could be per, I don't know. I just have to see what the guidelines for the ASAP grant are.
Do you have any responsibility for reviewing that, sir?
I do not now, no.
Okay. Who below you does directly?
Lieutenant Colonel Mike Rogers.
All right. Now, you understand that Sergeant Day was interviewed by Cat Reed back in November of last year.
Yes.
And you say you've reviewed that interview?
Not the actual interview. It was a synopsis that was put together from Cat Reed at the cabinet that I had read.
Okay. And that interview was conducted as a result of an EEO complaint. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who filed the EEO complaint?
Bethany Maynard.
Has that investigation been completed?
The cabinet, they did the interviews. They put that together, those interviews, and they submitted that from the cabinet. So then when we look at it, we saw that there was potential policy violations. Then that was submitted to Internal Affairs.
Okay. So were the allegations in the EEO complaint substantiated, not substantiated? What was the result of that investigation?
Did not say substantiated or unsubstantiated, because that would be dealing with Chapter 16 personnel. That report was submitted to us for the appointing authority for whatever direction we go forward.
So Bethany Maynard made certain allegations in that complaint, correct?
Yes.
Were those allegations founded or not founded, or was there any conclusion ever reached by the investigating agency as to whether there was any validity to those allegations?
That IA investigation is still continuing, and I have not seen the final report on that to say either which way.
When was that IA investigation initiated?
I'm going to say maybe February
of this year.
Maybe, I'm not sure, January, February, but it was a little bit after able to go through and review and go from there.
But it was after Sergeant Day made her complaint, correct?
Yes.
What complaint?
Now, you understand that
We're going to stop her and we're going to give a shout out to D, the Lost and Found Ministries. Hey, Debo. There's your shout out, baby. There's your shout out. Love you, love you, love you. Thank you.
Sergeant Day has experienced some difficulties as a result of the procedures that have been put in place regarding the internal affairs investigation. Would that be accurate, sir?
You'll have to elaborate on that, sir.
Are you aware of any mental health issues that have developed as a result of this IA investigation?
I do know that she submitted a doctor's excuse to be off on sick leave.
What was the basis of that sick leave? Do you know?
I would have to read her excuse again, but I do not know in particular what her reasoning is for that.
All right. And did you order her to submit to an IA interview while she was on sick leave?
We had some legal discussion whether that was.
Objection, I don't want you to testify about what you discussed with legal.
Sure.
I didn't ask you what you discussed with legal, sir. I asked you if you ordered her to submit to an IA investigation while she was on sick leave.
I believe so.
Do you know if she was on FMLA at that time?
I do not know what that was actually coded at. I do not.
Would it be proper for you to order her to come to work? She had to be on active status to be interviewed by IA, correct?
We did consultation, I think, also with HR about the appropriateness of her to submit to the IA interview because it had been pushed off so long.
Okay, but if she's on FMLA, is it proper to order her to come and report to work to be on active status for that interview?
Trying to think how that process worked. I believe we did determine that that would be acceptable, but I don't believe that we ever had her to come in and do an interview while she was off on sick leave.
I want to show you what we're marked here as Exhibit 1. I got a copy for him. Have you seen this, sir?
I don't think that I have, but I do see an issue right here about KRS 15. Sworn troopers are under KRS Chapter 16, not Chapter 15.
I know that, sir. Trust me, I know that. I'm gonna get into 15.520. Don't worry. We'll get to it.
Sure.
My question though, have you seen this letter?
It may have been discussed with me, but I do not remember it in particular.
Well, if it were hand delivered as is represented here to Captain Trey Green, he is the commander of IA branch, correct?
Yes.
What should he have done with this letter?
I would assume that he would consult it with our legal staff.
Okay. Do you know if he did consult with your legal staff?
I do not. You'll have to ask him that.
No, I'm asking you what you know, sir.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. So you're the one who ordered her to appear for this interview, though, correct?
There was a lot of documentation during that time. I would have to see to see exactly when the dates were, when what was received. When did she actually conduct an interview, because I do know they were, I think, some postponements as well, but I can't say for sure without seeing all the documentation from this.
So we can agree there were several times when she was ordered to appear for an IA investigation or an interview, and she didn't appear, correct?
Correct.
Who ordered her to appear for those interviews?
I don't know that she ever did appear until she come back from sick leave.
No, that's not my question. Who ordered her to appear for the interview, sir?
Then Captain Green.
Captain Green has authority to order her to appear.
That'd been after.
Now, wait a minute, let me finish my question. Captain Green has authority to order her to appear for an interview.
That will be after consultation with our HR, our legal, and myself.
Well, the buck stops with you, doesn't it, sir?
Yes.
So
But also I take, obviously I depend on a lot of things to make a informed decision.
I understand that. So are you telling us you don't recall whether you ordered her to appear for this IA interview?
I do know that I had her to appear before, or for her to appear before an IA interview, but I do not know for sure if it was while she was on sick leave or not. I would have to see any documentation that come from me that would be signed to be able to say that.
Okay. Were you familiar with this interview that was ordered on, I believe it was July the 27th, the day after this letter? Sir?
Okay. Go ahead.
Did you order her to appear for this interview?
Yes, but I believe she had returned from sick leave.
That's not my question, sir. It was very simple. Did you order her to appear for this interview?
Yes.
All right. And were you aware that when she appeared for this interview, that her healthcare provider had indicated that this interview could cause her severe emotional damage?
Objection to the following.
You repeat the question?
Yes, sir. Were you aware when you ordered her to appear for this interview that her healthcare professional had indicated it would cause her severe emotional damage?
But I believe she had returned to work.
That's not my question, sir. Did you understand my question?
Yes.
What was
He's
it?
trying to answer your question.
No, he didn't.
He's trying to answer.
No, he didn't. I asked him if you were aware when you ordered her to appear for this interview that her healthcare professional had said this will cause her severe emotional damage. Yes or no?
I don't know. I do not remember that in particular. I do not, but I do remember that she returned from sick leave at this
Let me
time.
show you what we marked as Exhibit 2.
I don't remember seeing this.
Shouldn't you have seen it?
I didn't see it.
Sir, if you're ordering her to appear for an IA interview and her healthcare provider says it's going to cause her severe emotional damage, shouldn't you have seen this? Affidavit Exhibit 2?
Objection to the form.
It may have been discussed, but I've not seen this, and I can't say for sure, but I do know that she returned to work, and that is why that we conducted the internal affairs investigation.
I understand. You told me that several times that she'd returned to work. I get that. I understand what your testimony is. My question is, if you had seen this Exhibit 2, would you have ordered her to submit to this IA interview,
Yes.
knowing that it would cause her severe emotional distress, according to her healthcare provider?
Objection to the form. That's not what it said.
Your objection's improper, Mr. Irvin. Again, for the dozenth time, your objection's improper. The judge read you the rule. I think you could follow it if he read it to you. such action by KSP could result in irreparable harm to Sergeant Day's mental status. Did I read that correctly, sir? Paragraph 6?
Yes,
And you would have ordered her to appear for this IA interview knowing that anyway?
Yeah.
I would have known that she returned to full duty. Yes.
She returned to full duty. How do you come to that conclusion, sir?
Because I think when she submitted paperwork to come back,
What about her paperwork said she was returning to full duty?
that she'd been released from her medical provider.
That's what her paperwork said?
Best I can remember, but I'd have to see that in front of me. But I do know they was released for her to come back to work.
Was she released to be interviewed by IA?
I don't know that a medical provider could say what she's with her job duties.
A healthcare provider can authorize an employee to return to work under limitations. Is that true, sir?
They can.
Was that done in this case?
Like I said, I didn't see this. If I did, I do not remember seeing it.
Was it done in this case, sir, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you have any reason to doubt have you seen the deposition of this healthcare provider, Ms. Runyon?
No.
Do you have any reason to doubt that Sergeant Day is suffering from this depression that is reflected in this affidavit?
I'm not a healthcare provider, so that's not my determination.
Well, you have to make decisions based upon what healthcare providers give you and information, don't you?
I do take that as part of the decision.
Okay. So looking at this affidavit, do you have any reason to doubt that Sergeant Day was suffering from depression as a result of her work environment with KSP?
I would take in consideration if I would have saw this, but also she was not wanting to submit to an internal affairs investigation.
And according to this healthcare professional, there was a reason for that too, wasn't there?
Objection to the poll.
According to what this says here,
Paragraph 3, number 3.
yes,
Do you have any opinion as to whether she was suffering from depression? In fact, still does suffer from depression. Do you have any information to indicate she's not suffering from depression?
Objection to the poll.
I have no way of knowing that. I have no interactions with Vicky Day.
Do you know what the word feigning means, sir?
I do not.
Well, based on what's on the internet here, it means to pretend or dissemble. Pretend. Do you have any understanding about what the word feigning means?
I said, no, I do not.
Well, do you have any information that she's pretending to be mentally disabled?
I don't have anything in particular for that.
Is Mr. Irvin your spokesman when it comes to proceedings in court?
Don't answer that. You're not drawing me into this, Steve.
What?
You're not drawing me into this.
Oh, yes, I am.
No, sir.
Yes, I am.
No, sir.
Yes, I am. Certify the
Answer
question. If Mr. Irvin said in court that she, meaning Vicky Day, is not sick, would you agree with that?
Objection, don't answer that.
Certify the question. I want to show you some clips, 2 clips from Mr. Irvin's appearance in court before Judge Wingate. on here.
I'm gonna object to this, not gonna allow it in the record.
Oh, it's gonna be in the record, all right. It's already in the record, Mr. Irvin.
Judge, Steve.
Sure. Let's go do
Do
it.
it all day.
Let's do it.
Just grab that, I'll carry it.
Going off the record, is 11:44.
I love it.
We're now back on the record. Time is 12:56.
Sir, I want to show you what we marked as Exhibit 3. Ask you to identify that if you would.
Put them up, man. Put them up. You gotta go get the judge. Where's he at? He must not be in there.
Okay.
What is that for the record?
That is a KSP internal memorandum to Captain Roger Short, which would be Vicky Day's commander, and that would be under my signature, dated May the 15th,
Okay.
2023.
And what's the purpose of that memorandum?
That was a explaining, an explanation as to why that there was a directive for Sergeant Day to report for an interview on May the 17th, 2023.
Was she on FMLA at that time?
According to this memorandum, said for the medical leave act FMLA, yes.
So I want to be sure I understand this. You ordered her to report for an IA interview when she was on FMLA.
Based on consultation with the memorandum between the personnel cabinet, general counsel, and our attorneys. Also human resources management, that was specifically just to answer truthfully any questions directly and narrowly related to the scope of her employment.
Is that a yes or a no?
That's a yes.
Okay. And there was also a warning on there she failed to report, correct?
Yes.
What was the warning?
Specifically, this conduct will be consistent with insubordination and or obstructing an internal investigation.
What level of offense is insubordination?
It's a class A.
Which can lead up to termination, correct?
Yes.
20 days to termination.
21 days.
All right. Did she report?
I don't know. I can't remember because we went through a multitude of different entities trying to decide for her to report or not. So I don't know if this was the final thing that she reported for the interview or not.
Well, Exhibit 1 deals with the time she actually did report, doesn't it?
Again, without seeing the day that she reported for the interview and seeing the interview, I don't know specifically what day she did report.
Well, that Exhibit 1 indicates she's going to report for an interview in accordance with that letter, doesn't it?
Well, this one says May the 17th.
Right.
And this letter here is from your office is July 26th.
Okay. So would that indicate she did not report to the May 17th directed interview?
That's what I would assume.
Okay. Now, has any disciplinary action been initiated as a result of her not complying with that directive from you?
No.
Why not?
We just have not, because we're still had the opportunity for her to be able to have an interview.
Okay. Well, she's had the interview now, correct?
Yes.
So is there going to be any disciplinary action taken against her for not reporting for the May 17th interview?
No.
What charges are currently pending against Sergeant Day?
I don't know specifically, but I do know that they are low-level Class C violations that were classified.
2, right?
I believe so.
You know what they were for?
I do not.
What is the status of that IA investigation?
It's still pending. Captain Green is working on that.
What needs to be done to complete that?
I think that, I don't know, talking with him specifically, but they may be, without talking with him directly, I don't know, there may be an additional follow-up, but I don't know. I've not talked with him specifically about that.
Does IA fall directly under your command?
No.
They go through another level?
Yes.
What level is that?
It falls directly under Lieutenant Colonel. That is the Office of Administrative Services.
And who is that?
Now that is Lieutenant Colonel Jeremy Ham.
Used to be Colonel Nall, didn't it?
Lieutenant Colonel Kyle Nall, yes.
He got demoted.
He got reverted.
Well, he went from lieutenant colonel to captain. Is that like a demotion, sir?
That's a reversion. Chapter 16, that's a reversion. It was not a demotion.
Did it involve a loss of pay?
Yes.
Why was he reverted?
Well, anything above the rank of captain is a temporary rank per chapter 16 to be able to put those up. But he was reverted as a result of job performance.
What about his job performance warranted reversion? Or you call it reversion, I'm gonna call it demotion. What about his work performance caused that action to be taken?
There was a alleged domestic involving one of his good friends that was a lieutenant at the Mayfield post, and he did not apprise the post commander that that lieutenant was assigned to of that, nor did he apprise myself as well.
Is that a violation of some KSP general order? Specifically what?
I think of a ranking officer, as far as any potential policy violations, but they may be a couple of other things. It would be hard for me to say specifically without having the standards of conduct in front of me.
Okay. That involved a domestic situation between the lieutenant and his wife, I believe.
Yes.
Is that Lieutenant Duvall?
Yes.
And it was alleged that he had engaged in domestic violence against his wife.
Yes.
And specifically in what regard?
That there was a domestic event that occurred. It was that it was possibly physical, and that he did not contact the post commander that occurred in that area, which post commander of Mayfield Post, nor did he notify myself because I would be directly above him.
You said it was possibly physical. It actually was physical, wasn't it, sir?
With the investigation, and it, to my understanding, that's not been finalized, but he determined that was unfounded, that was or unsubstantiated, that they was actually a physical domestic, that it was a verbal domestic.
Well, videos have a way of getting involved in these proceedings, don't they, sir?
Yes.
There's a video of that altercation, isn't there?
There was a ring video, but that was looked at, and that was vetted out through the investigative process, to my understanding, by the captain that investigated that.
Well, the video was actually taken by the daughter, wasn't it?
No. The only video that was possible that I was made aware of would be something through a ring camera.
Did the daughter turn a video over to the FBI?
No, not that I'm aware of.
You sure about that?
Not that I was notified.
You haven't heard that the daughter had a video of that altercation between her father and her mother, and she turned it over to the FBI?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so as it stands right now, the IA investigation into Sergeant Day is still open.
Correct.
Is there a time limit under the general orders within which that investigation should be concluded?
Not necessarily. You know, we do like to close those out as soon as possible, but every investigation is different. And there's a lot of circumstances and things that come up that may delay the final conclusion of the investigation to be concluded.
Well, is there a provision in KSP's general orders about a time frame within which those investigations are supposed to be concluded?
I'd have to go back and look at the policy.
You don't know, as we said today.
If I had the policy, I could tell you.
And you don't have any idea of any actions that remain to be done with regard to that investigation. Is that correct?
Not without knowing directly with Captain Green, I do not.
When's the last time you talked to Captain Green about this investigation?
I'd say I asked him probably last week if how's it progressing. He said he's progressing.
Did he tell you what else needs to be done?
I think he said he just said he's still working on investigation, possibly more interviews, but we've not talked about that.
Who else needs to be interviewed?
I think he said Lieutenant Colonel Mike Rogers would need to be interviewed.
Anybody else?
That's all that I can remember.
Well, you got to interview. He was Major, now he's Captain Day, correct? Did he schedule another interview for him?
I'm not aware of that. I thought that was the same interview with.
He didn't tell you that?
No. If he did, I don't remember.
Now, Sergeant Day was scheduled for interview several times with IA, and those interviews didn't happen. Was then Major Day also scheduled for interviews at the same time?
Yes.
Why was that?
Because they wanted to be able to interview right at the same time.
Why was that?
Just to make sure that there would be, we get the true story, that there would be not be able to talk and discuss their testimony.
So
their interview.
They wanted to be sure they got them one right after another so they couldn't collaborate their stories.
Yes.
Okay. Did you give that direction, sir?
No.
Who scheduled the interviews?
I mean, Captain Green.
Did he do it at your instructions?
We discussed it, but not at my instruction.
Did he tell you he was going to schedule one after the other?
Yes.
Did you agree with it?
Yes.
I want to show you what we marked as Exhibit 4. You recognize that document, Exhibit 4 there, sir?
I do.
What is it?
That is a travel request to attend Epic at El Paso by Lieutenant Colonel Mike Rogers.
Okay, and it identifies the people who are going to be involved in that travel,
Yes.
correct? Lieutenant Colonel Rogers, Major Little, Major Day, Lieutenant Sandusky, Meredith Bales. Did she work for Colonel Rogers?
She works in intelligence, and she's one of the supervisors at our intelligence branch, but she would report directly to Lieutenant Sandusky, and Lieutenant Sandusky would report to Major Little. Major Little would report to Lieutenant Colonel Rogers. Which one is Rogers' girlfriend?
Have Miss Bales and Colonel Rogers traveled together before?
I don't know without seeing travel requests. I couldn't say yes or no without seeing those.
You haven't heard talk around headquarters about that?
About what?
They're traveling together.
No.
So this came to you on May the 4th of 2022 and you approved it, is that correct?
Yes.
And is it supposed to go to Justice and Public Safety after you approve it?
Typically, they would go through the cabinet.
This one didn't though, did it?
I don't see where that was a line in there, but I'm not saying that it did or did not.
Well, it was approved by the governor's office, right?
That's correct.
Is that standard?
It has been, yes. So, we had a lot of things dealing with COVID protocol and then also on out-of-state travel. So, yes.
Can you give me another example of out-of-state travel that was approved by the governor's office?
I would say multiple ones dealing with, I know through CVE, I think there was a trip to South Dakota. I think there was probably a NASDA conference that they went out, so I could think of several that they probably were.
Approved by the governor's office.
I can't say that. I do not see that memorandum after I approve it and it goes out. I do not see those memorandums that they come back.
Okay, so you can't say if there were other travel approvals by the governor's office other than this one.
I know that any of the out-of-state travel will go to the governor's office.
And the Justice and Public Safety office or cabinet.
Yes.
Now, Bethany Maynard, she's filed a lawsuit against KSP, hasn't she?
Yes.
Are you familiar with it?
Yes.
What are the allegations in that lawsuit?
I think retaliation.
On the basis of what?
That I've not read the actual complaint, but feels like that she did not get a position that she wanted.
What was the position?
It was a JPS, I believe is what that was.
What's that?
I can't remember the exact term what that is, but it was a former position that was vacated, that she was special duty into that position.
Who detailed her?
I think that was a request of, at that time, Nathan Day.
He requested, I'm sorry.
And Lieutenant Colonel Mike Rogers.
So Major Nathan Day requested she be detailed to that position?
To my understanding, by Lieutenant Colonel Rogers, yes.
Okay. Have you talked to Nathan Day about it?
Yeah, I think early on we did.
Sir?
Yeah, early on we did, yes.
Okay. What do you recall of that conversation?
That John Smoot, who had that position, was leaving the agency and was going to basically the same job in federal motor carriers. And they were looking someone to fill that position. And when they made that request, Nathan Day and Lieutenant Colonel Rogers had reached out to her about special duty, special detail to that position.
That's what Major Day told you?
I don't know if it was in correlation, conversation together with Mike Rogers or just Mike Rogers. But I do know that Major Day was on board and he did want her in that position.
How do you know that?
Because that's what Mike Rogers said, and that was the discussion, because they were really worried to where John Smoot was leaving, that they would have a hard time being able to keep up with what was going on the CBE side in the programs management branch.
Was Major Day present when that conversation occurred?
I can't remember. I do not know if that was Lieutenant Colonel Rogers to me or if he was with them together.
Okay. Well, a couple of questions ago, I asked you specifically if you had a conversation with Major Day, and I thought you said yes, and I asked you what the conversation was. That's what I'm trying to focus on, is the conversation you had with Major Nathan Day about Bethany Maynard.
If with that, that would be the conversation with Mike Rogers and Nathan Day, but they were very concerned that John Smoot was leaving, and that timeline that he was leaving, that they needed someone in that position. Quick, someone they could depend upon, someone they felt might be able to be successful in that job.
Okay. So you don't recall any specific conversation you had with Major Day about Bethany Maynard?
Not specifically, I do not.
All right. Back to Exhibit 3 there. You talked about all the advice that came in from different sources about how to order Sergeant Day to report for that IE interview.
Yes.
Can you tell me the names of individuals who are referred to in there from the legal department and personnel cabinet or whoever else is listed in Exhibit 3 there? Identify the individuals with whom you spoke.
I discussed with Randy Kelly, who is HR director at for us at headquarters. And,
Brandy Kelly.
Yes.
Okay. Is Brandy a lawyer?
No.
Okay.
And then I also discussed with our general counsel, Shauna Kinser.
Anybody else?
That was my only conversations that I recall with them. Now, general counsel for us may have consulted with the cabinet, but I did not.
You mind if I take a look at Exhibit 3? So, Exhibit 3 says, after consultation between KSP attorneys, plural, you mentioned one attorney. Was there another attorney at KSP you consulted with?
May have consulted with Amber Arnett.
All right.
That would be it.
Okay. And the Kentucky Personnel Cabinet's general counsel, who was that?
That would have been information that I would have asked Randy Kelly through HR to obtain, but I did not talk to them specifically, but she would have garnered that information for that conversation.
Okay. But you don't know who that would have been at the Personnel Cabinet, the general counsel?
I do not.
All right. And in collaboration with Kentucky Justice and Public Safety Cabinet's Human Resources Management, would that have been Brandy Kelly?
Yes.
What did Brandy Kelly tell you?
That, we all in discussing what would be, allowable and appropriate for that interview, that what that was right there would have been appropriate to be able to conduct an internal affairs interview.
So Brandy Kelly told you it was okay to bring Sergeant Vicky Day in off FMLA for an IA interview.
She gave us guidelines that would make that acceptable for her to come in and to be able to do that.
What guidelines did she give you?
Just that that would be a part of her position to come in and to do that interview. I can't say specifically what that was, but I do know that she was consulted on what would be appropriate. We want to make sure that everything we did was, appropriate to be able to have that interview.
Well, did you consult with Brandy Kelly?
Yes,
Okay, and she gave you guidelines about how to get Vicky Day to come in off FMLA to submit to this IA interview, correct?
yes,
All right, and you told us all the guidelines you recall.
that's all I can recall, but said that would be, that we could have her for an interview based on her discussions when she's checking with the cabinet. And I don't know if personnel cabinet or just the justice cabinet, that was the guidelines she gave. We want to go make sure we were correct in what we did along with human resources.
Okay. She didn't express any concerns about bringing Sergeant Day in off FMLA to participate in this interview.
Not to me,
Well, did she to anybody that you know
not
of?
that I'm aware of.
Okay. So, Major Nathan Day went through a personnel action also, correct?
Yeah, I have to elaborate.
Well, you refer to it as a reversion.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
That was, yes,
All right, from major to captain.
correct.
When did that happen?
I don't have the exact date
What's
in
your,
front of me.
what's your best estimate of when it happened?
I would have to refer to my notes, but I'm gonna say a month and a half ago.
Okay. Why was he reverted?
He was reverted due to the fact we received a memorandum from a Lieutenant Baldock.
I'm sorry.
From a Lieutenant Baldock. He was BOLDOC or DOUC. He is a lieutenant in programs at CVE branch. He submitted a very in-depth, including several allegations of misappropriations of CVE vehicles, assignment, and some other things. I don't remember exactly what those were, but I do remember I think it was 20-some vehicles that he said were misappropriated that were not in line with what the parameters of those federal grants for those vehicles. So when I looked at that, I reached out to the federal motor carriers. Her name's Linda Goodman.
I'm sorry.
Linda Goodman.
Okay.
I reached out to her and discussed, here's an allegation that I have. I do not have a whole lot of knowledge on the program side and wanted to see if there was anything that our agency, if there's any misappropriations or anything wrong. Ms. Goodman said that she was aware of it, that Lieutenant Baldock had also submitted that memorandum to her. And they were currently looking at it. And then she would get back in touch with me and we would discuss it. So we had a meeting and we went and we met, and it was Linda Goodman. It was John Smoot, who is the former KSP employee that now worked there. It was myself and two other KSP. And then we went through and they said that they were, based on this, we did see that there are numerous vehicles that are not in line with how this program should be ran. So with that, we took those vehicles and we went through and we did an inventory ourselves, and there were some that were not, that they didn't have correct, but there was a majority of them that they did, that were out of the CVE function. She said that was not appropriate. Said there were many of those. So when we did an inventory of that and we looked and we did determine that, based on that information, that yes, there was misappropriations of mixed-up vehicles. Was Linda Goodman. It was John Smoot, who is the former KSP employee that now worked there. It was myself and two other KSP. And then we went through and they said that they were, based on this, we did see that there are numerous vehicles that are not in line with how this program should be ran. So with that, we took those vehicles and we went through and we did an inventory ourselves, and there were some that were not, that they didn't have correct, but there was a majority of them that they did, that were out of the CVE function. She said that was not appropriate. Said there were many of those. So when we did an inventory of that and we looked and we did determine that, based on that information, that yes, there was misappropriations of mixed-up vehicles. During the process of that, there was a truck, I think it was a Chevrolet pickup truck, diesel, that was assigned to the programs branch. And it determined, and through looking that, and I asked where that vehicle was at, and asked Major Day, and he said it was at his home. But I already knew that it was at his home because for over a year, only he and his son had put fuel in that vehicle, and every time it was in Eastern Kentucky. So obviously that vehicle had been at the Day's home for over a year. There was also another event that he requested to a Major Button. He requested to purchase some Camaros for speed enforcement for the CVE branch. And Major Button come to me, and I said, absolutely not, because that is not in line with CVE function. So he went back, he told Major Day that. Major Day submitted a memorandum anyway to Lieutenant Colonel Mike Rogers, knowing that that would not come to me. Mike Rogers come to me and asked me about it, and I said I'd already denied it. So based on those three things, having a vehicle at his home for his personal use and their family, and the misappropriations of the vehicles, and then also we were consistently late on reporting to the federal motor carriers, that directly fell up under him. Based upon all that, his duties as a major in the CVE branch were poor, and as a result, I reverted him.
Anything else?
No.
You said there were two other KSP employees at this meeting with Miss Goodman.
Yes.
Who were they?
Major Bruce Button and Captain Donald Wilson.
All right. And it sounds to me like you did this investigation yourself.
No.
Well, you headed it up.
I reached out to the agency head of that because that was submitted to me, and then you had a command staff member that these allegations come from. So yes, I did make that contact with Linda Goodman at the Federal Motor Carriers.
All right. And did you ever ask Major Day his side of the story?
I did.
When was that?
When the day that I reverted him.
So you called him in your office.
Yes.
Did you record that meeting?
I did.
And what did he tell you?
He did not agree with the misappropriations of the vehicles. He said that that's the way they have done it for years. And then I told him, and that's not what Linda Goodman and Federal Motor Carriers and John Smoother said. And that was one thing he disagreed. He said about the vehicle that at his home, he said, yeah, I was wrong. I was wrong there. And with the issue with him ordering the Camaros, he said, I thought all vehicles come to you. And he knows that's not true, because he's been at headquarters for over 6 years. And unless it's a huge purchase of vehicles, those do not go to the commissioner.
So basically he admitted the allegations except that one.
Right.
But he had
CV vehicle at his house for a year,
Yes,
and that he submitted the request for the Camaros to Colonel Rogers, knowing that you'd already disapproved it.
yes,
He admitted that.
yes.
And he thought that the request for the Camaros was going to come back to you through Colonel Rogers. Is that what he said?
That's what he said.
And you say he knew that was false. All right. Were there any other reasons you had for reverting him?
No,
Are you aware of any comments that were made to him by Shauna Kinser involving his status with the command staff at a visit to her home?
Objection to the form, objection, don't answer that question.
Are you aware that Major Day went to Shauna Kinser's home one night?
Objection, don't answer that question.
Certify both those questions.
Big teeth, tearing them up.
Were you aware of any attitude that Colonel Dahl had to try to get rid of Major Day?
no,
Were you aware of any comment that was made to Major Day that you're going to have to make a choice between KSP and your wife?
is that who said that?
Any comment to that effect?
No,
You're not aware of that?
I've heard that, but I did not hear that there. I've heard that since then. But
Where'd
I've
you
not
hear
heard that? In conversation, I think, through this litigation.
Sir,
Through this litigation.
who relayed that comment to you?
I think that was, I don't think who that did come from.
Objection, don't answer if it was a lawyer.
If it's a lawyer, just say it's a lawyer.
Is an attorney.
Okay. Do you know who allegedly,
I'm pretty sure it was an attorney.
or you tell me you don't know who made the statement to you or who you heard it from?
I'm pretty sure it was our attorney.
Sir,
I'm pretty sure it was our attorney.
but you're not willing to say it couldn't have been somebody else.
That's correct.
All right. Who allegedly made that statement to Major Day that you got to make a choice between KSP and your wife?
Objection, don't answer that.
Certify that question.
Just determine, just establish the information he has came from the lawyer.
All right, we're going to take a little break here and see where we go from here.
We're going off the record. Time is 1:34. We're now back on the record. Time is 1:45 p.m.
Sir, you were present yesterday for Captain Sandlin's deposition,
Yes.
and you heard her talk about her non-selection for the position of major while you've been commissioner.
Yes.
What position was that? Do you recall?
Was a major, a chief information officer,
Who was actually selected for that position?
Jeremy Ham.
Did you have reasons for not selecting Captain Sandlin?
No, not for not selecting her.
You didn't select her for promotion, did you?
That's correct. I picked the candidate that I felt would be best for that position.
Okay. So what were the reasons you relied on for not picking Captain Sandlin?
Well, there are a multitude of decisions that I take when I make a command staff a decision. First, I look at their personnel files. I look at their background. I look at over the course of their career, things that they have.
Who he's talking about is the lady who just now got that big promotion. The Sandlin lady, the one who we just watched. The one who we just looked at in those pictures before this started. So that's who he's talking about right now. The lady who just got the promotion, but at this time, he didn't give it to her.
Done. and I look at what experience they have. I also look at seniority, and they were 3 individuals that I really looked at, and ultimately I picked Jeremy Ham. And the reason why I picked Jeremy Ham is because he had 3 years as working in financial grants management, and we had some huge not issues, but huge endeavors coming with the agency. We have a radio project that's millions of dollars, and we also have the body cam rollout that we were having that was going to be a big entailing of the rollout to the agency. And with that experience with a lot of purchasing, that was why I picked Jeremy Ham.
Were there qualifications that Captain Sandlin had for the position?
No.
Didn't have any qualifications.
Just that she was a commander. She was up in rank to where I could be able to look at it. And obviously, I would look at her prior history and what she as a captain, and I took that in consideration as well.
What about her prior history as not only a captain, but a lieutenant and a sergeant? Did you look at that?
Yes.
And you determined that the person you selected was better qualified than Captain Sandlin?
That's correct, because every bit of her experience is in operations. She had no experience dealing with financial grants management. That was the one reason that he was the best candidate, is because of that experience in financial grants management, as well as his entire career. He also had come up through the ranks. He'd also been a successful post commander. That was why.
Did you make any comments to Captain Sandlin about why she shouldn't be selected?
I just told her the person that I selected was because they had experience that she did not have.
Anything else?
No.
Did you make any comments to her to the effect that you hated to take her away from her family?
No.
Did you ask her to go home and consult with her husband before and get back with you on that?
Yes. As well as every other candidate that I talked with.
Okay, well, tell us what you told her specifically.
We met at Cracker Barrel, and when you come to headquarters, it's a big endeavor. It's a lot of time away from your family. You do not have the freedom that you have out at if you're at another entity.
Come on, guys.
And this particular position that we had, there would be a lot of purchasing. There'd be a lot with this this position because of a radio project, as well as the body cameras. So with that, that's some things that some commanders, it's hard for them. I don't know that it's hard for them to accept that, you're there and it's 8 to 4:30. That's what that position is. It's not out in anywhere else and throughout the agency. There are times that you'll have to go and do other things, but the majority of that time is there at headquarters. So that's a change from people. I mean, it's a change for anybody that comes up there. And when you have a family, and everybody that I've ever brought up or offered a position, I have asked them to check with their spouse or significant other.
You say it's 8 to 4:30.
Yes.
Are there variations to that time frame?
If they have some things that they have to do in their job duties, if something comes up where they have to come in a little bit late, that's fine. But if there's no other reason, it's 8 to 4:30.
Are there people on the command staff now who operate on different hours?
I do have, everybody's considered 8 to 4:30. Darren Stapleton is, I do give him a flex day. And the reason why I give him a flex day is because he has a daughter that is autistic, and he needs to attend medical visits with her back in his home area.
So he has a flexible schedule then?
Just on one day, on Tuesday, which is her doctor's appointment. Every other day, he's expected to be at headquarters.
Well, speaking of Major Stapleton, there were problems between him and Captain Sandlin, weren't there?
They've had conflicts.
Are you aware of the conflicts?
Some of them.
What are the ones you're aware of?
The one that I am specifically aware of is that there was a chicken fighting detail in her post area, and there was I think a memo, or there was something about an assignment, something to do with the detail that I think was either she crafted it or Major Stapleton crafted. But there were issues with it, and looked like that he had, I don't know if he'd cut and paste from another memo and tried to take a shortcut, but it was not correct. And she had concerns with it, and she reached out to be able to discuss it. And so we did meet with her to discuss that.
Well, she testified about that yesterday, didn't she?
Yes,
Is that a yes? And basically, she said Major Stapleton lied, correct?
that's what she said.
Well, did that concern you?
It did. And in the meeting, I asked Lieutenant Colonel Rogers to follow up on that and see what the issue was.
Has he done that?
Yes.
What was his result?
He said that basically it was sloppy work by Major Stapleton. And but he didn't see anything substantial going forward with that.
Okay, so he didn't consider it to be a lie.
No.
What was the basis of Captain Sandlin saying it was a lie? That he had published that as his memorandum when in fact he had not published it and had been cut and pasted from her communications?
You know, I did not read that, so I don't know. I can't say.
Well, it's a concern of yours if a member of the command staff is accused of lying, isn't it?
It is.
That's a Class A violation, isn't it?
It is.
So are you saying that Colonel Rogers investigated that and didn't find any basis for concluding that Major Stapleton had lied?
I asked him to look into it, and he did. And basically, he said that it was sloppy work, and that but he didn't see any reason to go anything further. Not that he didn't say anything about a lie or anything like that.
Well, that was the allegation, wasn't it, that he lied?
No, not necessarily. I think that just she had concerns. Said that he receives emails, or she receives emails from him. In the past, it's had grammar issues. She said, I just don't feel like that he is. She said, I just don't feel like that he is very confident in his job, and that's what she said.
Well, I'm not talking about competency. I'm talking about the lying. Was any documentation generated as a result of that investigation or that inquiry by the colonel?
I think she had some information, and those were given to Lieutenant Colonel Rogers because he was at the meeting, but I never reviewed those. I had him to follow up on that.
Did he give you anything in writing about his conclusions?
No.
It was all oral.
Yes.
Well, there were other issues between Captain Sandlin and or Major Sandlin and Captain Sandler.
Yes.
What were they?
She had a conflict with Major Stapleton at in the flood detail. She was concerned that she felt like that she that wasn't getting the amount of personnel that she needed for that, and she felt like that he was not assisting her to help her get proper personnel, and she had just issues with him. And just felt like he wasn't getting the support, or she wasn't getting the support they needed. So, and I told her, I said, well, let me check in on it. And then I checked with Lieutenant Colonel Rogers, and we were doing basically the same things that we were doing out in Western Kentucky when the tornadoes hit out there, bringing people in from outside in. I do remember one thing specifically that she had issue with was that the troopers that were coming in, she wanted to be able to dictate, I think, when they worked. But there was an issue with that because she wanted to work of the night. But now here we had these roadways washed out. We had trees down, we had power lines down, and you were bringing troopers from other places that did not know that area. And that became a safety issue. But we brought in troopers, so the troopers that were affected by the flooding and their families would have time after the initial just couple days, obviously dealing with life-saving things of that, to be able to help them to where, we could have coverage. We could have things that we needed for the agency and that post, which was multiple posts, to be able to operate efficiently.
So was her concern then unjustified in that regard also?
I realized that it was, there was a lot going on, but I wanted to assure her that we were giving her the personnel that she needed, just like we did out in Western Kentucky during the tornadoes. And if she needed anything else, we would try to help with what she requested, what she needed.
Yes, sir. But she had an issue with the way Major Stapleton was dealing with her, didn't she?
She contacted me because, I was the East Troop Major for 2 years.
I know.
And worked with her, and she always knew she could contact me directly if she needed anything. And I told her, I said, if there's an issue or something, you let me know. And that's why she reached out to me. I went to the post to talk with her to address that, but I explained to her why, and after talking with Lieutenant Colonel Rogers, what was the thought process on that the troopers coming out there shouldn't be working of a night. They should be working of a day. They're there to augment and supplement that post and be able to help them.
Did Captain Sandlin have an issue with Major Stapleton over that problem?
Yes.
She expressed her concerns to you about that issue, didn't she?
Yes.
Were her concerns justified?
Not necessarily. It's not a simple, I'm going to say no, because we put the resources out there that they needed. I know the command staff, including myself and others, were there for multiple days on the ground to be able to assist them as well. So troopers and civilians that were affected by the flood could deal with the issues that they needed to.
So those are two instances where she expressed concerns to you about Major Stapleton, which you found were unjustified.
Yes.
Did she ever express any other concerns about him?
Yes.
What were they?
She had an issue with during a presidential visit, which was at the same time.
What was the nature of that issue?
What that was, and I wasn't aware of it, but I know when we found out that President Biden was coming in, we were requested to have a meeting with Secret Service and some other federal entities and different partners. So after I had the first meeting with her, and she felt like she wasn't getting support that she needed, which, we looked at the schedule, we looked at the personnel that was sent there. We did feel like that was adequate. I know we had pulled, I think there were CADs that we would ask, the amount of complaints that were coming in, I don't think they were overwhelming. So we want to make sure that they had what they needed or what the post needed. But, when I went and met with her at post, when she contacted me, one of the things she said, I'm overworked, we need help. So after when we found out President Biden was coming in, typically that would fall on the post to be able to organize that visit. They would do the heavy lifting on all the scheduling. There's a huge amount that's involved with that. So I told Major Stapleton, I do not want post to have to deal with that. They are dealing with the flood. You are to deal with coordinating the presidential visit. And that way that will take any stress off the supervision at the post or whatsoever. And matter of fact, we brought even additional people from surrounding posts to be able to come over there and assist with that. I think later on that day, Major Stapleton had contacted me and Lieutenant Colonel Rogers and said that Captain Sandlin was upset that she was not going to be a part of the presidential. And I said, be able to organize that visit. They would do the heavy lifting on all the scheduling. There's a huge amount that's involved with that. So I told Major Stapleton, I do not want post to have to deal with that. They are dealing with the flood. You are to deal with coordinating the presidential visit. And that way that will take any stress off the supervision at the post or whatsoever. And matter of fact, we brought even additional people from surrounding posts to be able to come over there and assist with that. I think later on that day, Major Stapleton had contacted me and Lieutenant Colonel Rogers and said that Captain Sandlin was upset that she was not going to be a part of the presidential. And I said, why? I said, just felt like that I didn't need to be there. Or that's what she said. That's what Major Stapleton said, that Captain Sandlin said. But I said, well, that's not true, because I told you to handle that, to take the pressure off the post. But I said, what I want you to do is contact her and tell her if she wants to be there, she can be there at the presidential visit that was in Breathitt County.
So had Major Stapleton told Captain Sandlin she was not to be at the presidential visit?
That I don't know that conversation, but I know it was told that she did not have to coordinate the visit of that presidential visit, because I was going to have him to do it to relieve her and the post of that duty.
Well, I'm confused. Captain Sandlin made an issue out of what Major Stapleton had to do with that presidential detail as it related to her, correct?
She said that, well, I didn't talk to her about that in particular. This was information that was relayed to me from Major Stapleton, that she was upset that she was taken out of the process. But after that, later, she called me, and then I went to post a second time days later, and we discussed that.
Did she have a concern about Major Stapleton's conduct?
Yes.
What was it?
She felt like that he was being nitpicking towards her, and she said, I'm not going to talk with him around anybody else unless somebody else is around. I said, well, fine, you can contact Lieutenant Colonel Rogers directly.
Did she give you examples about his nitpicking?
No, I don't believe, if she did, I don't remember.
She's a pretty detail-oriented captain, isn't she?
Yes.
She documents stuff too, doesn't she?
Well, I don't know about that.
You don't?
No.
Was she in, you were East Troop Commander?
Yes.
Was she under you when you were East Troop Commander?
Yes.
Did you understand how she performed her duties then?
Yes.
Outstanding, weren't they?
They were good.
Well, I'm saying outstanding, sir, not good.
They were good.
You won't go with outstanding?
They were good.
Sir, the question was, will you go with outstanding, yes
I
or
won't
no?
say outstanding, but they were good.
Okay. What about this Career Service Achievement Award? You know about that?
I do.
Tell us about it.
I think that was generated by her lieutenant, Jackie Joseph, and it was sent through the chain, and then it's sent to the KSP Awards Board. So that when it comes through, we'll review it and then send it on to the KSP Awards Board.
Has it been approved?
It was sent to the KSP Awards Board.
Well, is it going to be awarded to her?
I have not seen the final list if she received it or not, so I do not know.
If she gets that award, is that for good service or outstanding service?
Could be for outstanding service.
Were there any other issues that were brought to your attention between Major Stapleton and Captain Sandlin?
Can you repeat the question?
Were there any other issues brought to your attention between Major Stapleton and Captain Sandlin?
I think that there was a new hire request or resignation. No, it was a resignation that was sent through by another post, and Major Stapleton misinterpreted it coming from her post and sent it back to be corrected, but it was not from her post. What it was, the person that submitted that memorandum, his initials, his name was Jim Shelton, JS, and then he did not look at it. He just a mistake, and it was Jim Shelton, Jennifer Sandlin. So he sent it to her instead of Jim Shelton. But Jim Shelton is not a captain. So he was the acting captain at that time through post 14 because I believe the post commander was away.
So was that concern she expressed to you legitimate?
With everything else that went on, I'm fine with her expressing that.
Well, the concern was legitimate. Major Sandlin had made a mistake, correct?
Now, she didn't make a mistake on that. Major Stapleton made a mistake.
That's what I said. Major Stapleton made a mistake, right?
Yes.
So the four things that you mentioned that she's brought to your attention, one of them turned out to be valid.
Objection to the form.
That one was just we're talking about the memo on the return on the resignation. That was a clerical error.
No big deal, right?
No, I just hate that happened with her.
Any other issues between Major Stapleton and Captain Sandlin?
Not that I'm directly aware of, no.
Did you change her chain of command reporting structure?
Yes.
What was it changed to?
After that, I changed it to where she would report to Major Matthew Johnson. And the reason why is to take any other conflict that might possibly arise between her and him. But even through all of our other conversations that we've had, I've always told her that if you have an issue with Major Stapleton, you can reach out directly to Lieutenant Colonel Rogers, or you can reach out to myself.
Major Matthew Johnson, West Troop Commander?
Yes.
Does he have a Class A violation in his file?
I have not seen one.
Are you aware of it, sir?
I have heard, but I have not seen one.
What have you heard?
That there was a violation.
A Class A violation, correct?
Yes.
In Bowling Green, correct?
I don't know about that.
What was the nature of the allegation?
I do not remember. I do not know. I've not read that.
Did it have anything to do with giving alcohol to a minor woman?
Again, I don't know. I've not read that. I've not heard that.
Did you select him to be on the command staff?
No.
The Commissioner Sanders?
Yes.
Would that cause you a problem if he had that Class A violation and you knew about it?
I would have to take everything in context before I made that decision. You know, how long ago it happened, what was the nature of it. I would have to vet that out, but I would have to look at it more in depth.
Are you aware of any other allegations involving Major Matthew Johnson and KSP property?
Yes.
What?
That he was alleged to have had a tractor at his home.
It wasn't just alleged, he had it at his home, didn't he?
I was the East Troop Major at that time, so I cannot say specifically what did happen and what did not happen.
Well,
I did not follow up on that.
You were the commissioner when we had the trial in Frankfurt in February of 2022, weren't you?
Yes, I was a witness.
And you were aware that that allegation came out during that trial?
I sat for when I come in, then I think I sat the rest of that day, but I wasn't there for the entire trial.
That tractor was a tractor that was actually ordered forfeited to KSP, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it went through some major repairs.
I don't know.
And after the repairs, it was delivered to Major Matthew Johnson's home in Hardin County, wasn't it?
I don't know.
And after it had been there for about a year, there was going to be an inspection at Post 4 that was going to be conducted by whom? Who was over inspections at that time?
I don't know.
His brother, wasn't it?
I don't know if he was the captain at that time or not. I do not know.
Did the tractor show up at Post 4 right before that inspection?
I do not know.
So let's talk about the flood relief effort again. Was that done in phases?
Yeah, I mean, I think after we send like a contingent of troopers there, they would serve so many days, and then they would be other troopers that would come in and relieve them.
So phase one, were you familiar with that?
I am not.
Were you familiar with the fact that women were excluded from phase one?
No.
Would it surprise you to know that?
I had not heard that. I wouldn't know why they would be or not be.
Would it have to do with lodging? You weren't aware of any of that?
No.
Would it concern you that women were excluded from one phase of that flood relief plan?
It would have to be dependent on what the lodging was, but I do not know what the basis of that was at that time.
Was that during while you were commissioner?
Yes,
Is this first you heard of it, that women have been excluded from phase one?
yes.
Who was responsible for making personnel assignments for this flood relief if it below you?
Well, that would have been in conjunction with Lieutenant Colonel Mike Rogers, Major Stapleton, and then Captain Sandlin, as well as the other affected commanders. I think Captain Server had some involvement as well, because I think it affected his post as well.
Was that something that you should have known about if women were going to be excluded from that phase one?
No.
Okay, that may be all. We'll just take a short break. Do we have anything else?
We're going off the record. Time is 2:11. We're now back on the record. Time is 2:17.
Just a few more questions, sir. I want to talk about, I believe he's now Lieutenant Colonel Jeremy Ham.
Yes.
Was there an EEO complaint on him?
Not that I'm aware of. It was a complaint. I asked about that, and he said there was an allegation about when he was at Financial Grants Management that he had changed. I think they were having some problems in Financial Grants Management, and then he wanted personnel to be there, and he may have changed one of the individual's schedule, and I think that maybe she made a complaint. He was never notified that it was an EEO complaint, but he said he was interviewed about it and was never received any further documentation or anything about that. There was never an IA, anything conducted.
Was there an actual complaint filed with EEO? You know,
There was a complaint filed, but I do not know that if it was an EEO complaint.
okay.
But I was not in the chain of command or anything at that time, his chain.
Did you tell, I guess it was then Captain Ham, that he would have to make things right with this female civilian?
I told him that with the promotion, obviously, is that he needed to make sure that there were any, problems with them, because her mother worked there as well, and I did not want any conflict.
Yes, sir. But my question is specifically, did you tell him, quote, you would have to make things right, unquote, with this female civilian?
No, I did not say that specifically.
Okay. Do you know who the female civilian is?
Yes.
Is she under his chain of command currently?
Yes.
Have you done any follow-up to see if everything has been straightened out between him and this female employee?
I have not done any follow-up, but there was not an issue that I'm aware of.
Did you ask this female employee if she had any issues working with Colonel Ham?
No,
Did anybody, to your knowledge?
not to my knowledge.
When you promoted him to lieutenant colonel, how long had he been a major?
Maybe just a little, right at a year, maybe less than a year, but it was close.
It was less than a year, wasn't it?
I believe it was close.
Any reason why you promoted him to lieutenant colonel with less than a year as major?
Yes, because that position that was open, that takes a special skill set dealing with budget. That is, and that was his 3 years of financial grants management experience, to why I even promoted him to major there over that project in CIO. So we had that experience, because that is a huge part of that. We do not have an actual budget director. So, we have budget coming up this year. He has experience with that. And also he has experience in internal affairs when he worked there. So that also falls directly under the umbrella of that lieutenant colonel spot in Office of Administrative Services. So that's why he was selected for that position.
Can you let us know the name of that female employee?
Amber Brewer.
What's her position currently? Do you know?
I don't know the exact title, but it's in financial grants management.
Okay. Now, I believe before you talked about KSP is not covered by KRS 15520. It's an 18A, 16. I'm sorry, 16A. So, are there rights under 15520 that you know of that are not afforded to KSP employees?
I do not know. I go by chapter 16.
Okay. Well, I want to show you what we've identified here. We can call this Exhibit 5 is KRS 15520. Let me have that one back if you don't mind. Have you ever looked at 15520?
No.
Well, I'm going to ask you to look at it now if you don't mind. Specifically, paragraph 4A.
What's the question?
I asked him to look at paragraph 4A. That talks about enforcement law procedures. You understand what that means, sir?
Objection, that's a legal document, it's a statute that speaks for itself. Don't answer that.
Certify that question. Does a KSP employee get a 48-hour notice prior to being questioned by Internal Affairs about any investigation he's doing?
No.
Does the KSP employee get a complaint detailing the allegations against him or her prior to an IA interview?
Yeah, I think there may be a few select that they do not, that in the majority they do, yes.
I'm sorry.
Unless there's extenuating circumstance that they do not, but in the overwhelming amount of times, yes, they do receive that complaint.
The complaint signed by a member of KSP?
Yes, unless there's some reason for it to be confidential or something of that nature.
Okay. So that 48-hour notice, does that notice include a statement regarding any reason for the interrogation?
Objection to the form.
Repeat your question.
Does that notice include a statement regarding any reason for the interrogation?
What statement are you incurring?
The notice that is given to the KSP trooper.
Yes,
It does include that.
includes, one more time, I'm sorry.
A statement regarding any reason for the interrogation.
You know, I would have to see those, but I think that they've been accused of violating the standards of conduct, I believe is what that says, that there's a possibility of your violation of the standards of conduct, and that they will be an investigation. There's kind of like a form, germane type letter that's sent out.
All right. So if through the investigation it's determined there might be a basis for the charge, is the officer informed of the details of the charge?
And I think it says it's possible violations of the standards of conduct. But it could be on some of them, they're all different to a point. It depends on what the nature of the complaint is.
think that's all. Give us a few minutes.
Going off the record, time is 2:26. 2:29 PM.
The defense have no questions for the witness.
You're complete. This ends the deposition. The time is still 2:29.
And if you've made it all the way to the end, thank you all for watching. We really appreciate it. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, and share, and tell us what you think about this.
Shout out to them for putting that out there. All right. There was something else. Quit it. Hey. Quit it. My dogs are trying to play. All right. Now, let's look at something else before I jump off of here. So we've got this. Governor Beshear appoints Philip Burnett Jr. as commissioner of the Kentucky State Police. So it was Beshear who appointed him. That guy that we were just listening to. Beshear appointed him April 9th, 2021. This was put out. Today, Governor Andy Beshear announced the appointment of Colonel Philip Burnett Jr. as Commissioner of the Kentucky State Police. I believe in Commissioner Burnett's ability to lead KSP into the future, said Governor Beshear. He is already working to increase recruitment and create a more diverse workforce, which is crucial to fulfilling our state's law enforcement duties. You can tell that guy is a good old boy. He is a man's man. You can tell he's just a male chauvinist, Iggy Pay. You can put lipstick on a pig, you guys, but it is still a pig. Beshear can appoint him as commissioner and say, put out this wonderful speech that whoever his speechwriter was wrote with ChatGPT. I feel sure they don't know nothing about this guy, and they don't give a damn either. Create a more diverse workforce. You can tell by the way that he testified in that deposition. It was all about buddies getting the promotions with less experience, with less time on the job. As long as they had experience in grants management. Well, let me tell you, buddy, I know all about grants management experience. I would like to have your grants management team's budget. Can we see that? Can we look and see how much money and where the receipts are? I want to see credit card receipts. I want to see for each transaction. What kind of stuff were you all buying? It's like the lunches from the courthouse in Whitesburg. I'd love to see how much money Street Side was making off of the courthouse, just the courthouse lunch every day, or however many days that they went there. I'd like to see what the annual income was just off of the courthouse. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? You know, if they lose that business, that's a big income chunk missing, ain't it? So just imagine how many people that grant money goes to benefit. And y'all know as well as I do, when it's free money, when you didn't work for that money, you spend it a lot easier. You will spend it. You don't give a damn. You don't care because you didn't earn it. When you don't earn it, you can spend it a whole lot easier. And it doesn't hurt so bad when it's wasted. Right? I kick myself in the hind end every time I waste $30 going through a drive-through for kids and then get all that food home and then be all picky eaters and don't eat it. Ugh. I'm like, are you kidding me? I just wasted $30. I might as well have taken it in there and just wadded it up and threw it down the toilet and flushed it. I don't like that. All right. Bella, stop, please. I wish you'd go. All right. Which is crucial to fulfilling our state's law enforcement duties. During a ceremony at the Capitol with his family in attendance, Justice and Public Safety Cabinet Secretary Mary C. Noble swore in Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Burnett pledged to continue working with communities across the Commonwealth to protect and serve Kentuckians with honor and dignity. Every day, the men and women in our agency work tirelessly to provide public safety for Kentuckians, and they deserve nothing less than my absolute best as we continue to be one of the national leaders in law enforcement, said Commissioner Burnett. As your commissioner, I'm committed to protecting the integrity of all investigations, interactions with the public, and our state officials as we conduct law enforcement in the right way. I also want to thank Governor Beshear and Secretary Noble for their confidence in and dedication to me and all KSP personnel. As interim commissioner, Burnett worked to strengthen the agency's essential workforce, improve public safety, and maintain critical services. He has expanded the recruitment department with the addition of one female trooper, one male trooper, and the hiring of 3 new minority troopers. KSP also is collaborating with Dr. Aaron Thompson of the Kentucky Department of Education and Vicki Stone of the Kentucky Personnel Cabinet to further improve diversity recruitment efforts. You know, I think that these old people, you know, and I mean, I'm old too. Look, I'm getting ready to be 50, but I think the old people have a skewed sense of what the word diverse means. I think people get stuck on race. I think people get stuck on like romantic preference, you know. You know what I see as diverse? I see a different attitude, like a different women, straight women who may be a woman of faith. How many women do you know, have you seen in law enforcement? I'm not just picking on Kentucky State Police. They've got a couple women in there, but you don't have very many women You probably have a few more nowadays, but you still don't have very many women. You just don't. But economic levels, you know, like they would never hire someone from our side of the tracks. And I think that they need to start opening that up. Like how I used to try and forge the way with Suboxone. I wanted to be like the first one. Here, I wrote something and it showed up in my memories. It showed up in my memories the other day, or yesterday or today. All right. And I thought, man, I'm going to read that. I might read that. So I wrote this August 10th, 2018. This was when I wrote this, and it was just a post that I put up on Facebook. And it says, my final is over. Praise God, praise God. This has been the most work of any of my classes. And there were many nights that I was up till 5 a.m. trying to get my assignments done and turned in on time. I can't believe it, but I made 100% for the entire class. Not just one grade. I made 100 for the entire semester. Thank you very much. I did very well academically. I was gifted at 40 years old. Nobody can never impress nobody. I got the highest ever recorded score on the competency exam for law enforcement. A 97.4 is what I made on a 3-hour exam that you have to have before you can graduate. Everybody has to take it before they can graduate. And at that time, I scored the highest ever recorded national score. That was the highest score in the country. Not just the highest score in Kentucky. It was the highest score in the country. I mean, me? I did that? Are you joking? No, I ain't joking. Do you think anybody cared? Not one soul, not one living soul ever cared that I accomplished that. Nobody. My dog's getting on my nerves. Okay. Please, Bella, go on. I have learned so much about how important it is to build constructive and cooperative alliances between law enforcement and the members of the community. Our area of Appalachia is the perfect area to achieve this effort. We can work together and eliminate the us versus them attitude that many people on both sides have. There are many candidates who are running for office in Letcher County and who are getting out and extending their hands and their ears to the people. And in return, they are garnering the trust of the community. It is exhausting when our leaders look down upon us who are trying to build the bridges of cooperation. Drug abuse is our biggest issue. I can see great change happening in our justice system, in the way they deal with addicts. Now, this was the beginning. This was right at the beginning of Senate Bill 90. This was right at the beginning when I was going down there pissing Van Breeding off so bad he couldn't see straight just because I walked in the freaking door of a huge Hill meeting that everybody in the state showed up to, but I wasn't, but yet he'd get mad if I walked in the door because I wanted to be an advocate for Suboxone. But they didn't want nothing. They didn't want to hear nothing I had to say. Nothing. They just make fun of me. All right. There have been many resources become available lately to families and their loved ones, but we need social programs. We need to develop a system that teaches people how to have faith, and through that, find their strength. God will open the doors He wants opened. Having faith is what it's all about. My education will provide the opportunity for me to one day have a paying position in this involvement. Unfortunately, I know way too much about addiction and treatment. I have been given the chance to know both sides. Now let's see what God wants me to do with this knowledge. Can you believe that? I wrote that in 2018, August 10th, 2018. Insane. All right. Let's see. Commissioner Burnett has provided strong leadership in a variety of circumstances, providing additional security at the Kentucky Capitol grounds and in Washington, D.C., amid concerns related to the presidential inauguration, providing wellness checks to hundreds of Kentuckians during the state's record flooding and ice storms this year, escorting UPS trucks carrying COVID-19 vaccine to UPS Worldwide in Louisville in order for thousands of frontline workers to receive their shots of hope. Well, ain't he a saint? Requiring all sworn KSP personnel to complete courses on implicit bias, race relations, and social intelligence during a 40-hour state-mandated in-service training by the end of this year. Ain't it funny how people that don't listen to nothing that's in those trainings are the ones that make sure that everybody else has to take them, like the Kiss Cam lady. And man, remember the Kiss Cam? She was the director of HR. Like, it was her job to make sure nobody did what she was doing. I mean, how can you have that big of a position in a Fortune 500 company and be sleeping with the CEO? Same thing goes here, you guys. Same thing here. You got all these people that are and under with the door behind closed doors. They're doing stuff that you just never dream. Just never dream. This guy's making sure that everybody else takes race relations and social intelligence. He needs it more than any of them do. Retraining the academy's instructors on how to develop more appropriate, relevant, and professional training materials. Providing executive command staff, post and region commanders Training Academy staff and legal staff with a virtual training from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum and the Anti-Defamation League titled Law Enforcement and Society, Lessons of the Holocaust, and reopening the doors to all 16 local post locations while following CDC guidelines to assist in the fight against the rug epidemic. Secretary Noble praised Commissioner Burnett's work and experience. Who's Secretary Noble? Because whoever Secretary Noble is needs a new pair of glasses. Can we buy you a new pair of glasses, Secretary Noble? I have worked daily with Commissioner Burnett since his initial appointment and have seen his outstanding leadership. Is this a man then? This has to be a man, right? In his outstanding leadership and experience at work leading the KSP, said Secretary Noble. The job of law enforcement is difficult, even in the best of times, and that difficulty is increased by dangerous and difficult situations that your all's pride usually gets in the way of. Humility is a very, very important characteristic that I don't think any of these people ever have. Let's see. Even so, Commissioner Burnett and the entire force are dedicated to keeping the Commonwealth's citizens safe, often at great risk to themselves. We will create a better Kentucky through supportive policing initiatives under Commissioner Burnett's leadership. Commissioner Burnett is a 25-year veteran of KSP and has served in numerous assignments, including post-level uniformed and investigative operations, collision reconstructionist, field training officer, firearms instructor, post commander, operations East Troop Major, and in administration division lieutenant colonel and executive director of the Office of Operations as Unit 1. See, he's got way too many names and titles there. It makes him feel way too important. Don't you think? I think so. On November 4th, 2020, he was promoted to colonel and acting commissioner of the agency. Commissioner Burnett is a native of Bell County. He received his Bachelor of Science degree from Union College, where he also holds a teaching certification in secondary education. Since serving with KSP, he has received multiple awards, including Post Trooper of the Year and Citation for Bravery and Commissioner's Award and back-to-back Governor's Awards for impaired driving enforcement. He currently resides in Pineville with his wife and 2 sons. The mission of KSP is to promote public safety through service, integrity, and professionalism. I think they need to relearn what those words mean. See, it's a cultural thing. For them, it's a male-dominated workforce. It's all brother. It's like a fraternity, right? It's like a fraternity. They'll have each other's backs no matter what, through everything, through thick and thin. Thin blue line, baby. Thin blue line. Using partnerships to prevent, reduce, and deter crime and the fear of crime, enhance highway safety through education and enforcement, and safeguard property and protect individual rights. For more information. All right. One more here. It's late, y'all. I want to go to bed. All right, so here's a screenshot. It's the Kentucky State Police, and it says it's got Detective Day. It's Vicky Day and her husband, KSP Major Nathan Day. This was September 27th, 2018. Detective Day's achievements were recognized on September 17th in Louisville, where over 600 child advocates were in attendance for Prevent Child Abuse Kentucky. Photo caption, Dr. Jamie Pittinger, PCAK Board President, KSP Detective Vicky Day, and husband KSP Major Nathan Day. All right. And then this last one. Husband of KSP Sergeant who questioned El Paso trip moves to join lawsuit. This is by Lee Searcy. Lee is actually the lady, she's the reporter who shared my dog situation, like this big situation that we were dealing with all these dogs and the neighbors, and our dog warden wouldn't do anything. Like, they never did get charged with none of that they did. Well, Miss Lee Searcy is the one who shared it. She called our judge executive, Terry Adams, out himself and said, "Hey, Judge Executive Terry Adams, is this how Letcher County gets down, letting their citizens abuse animals? This is acceptable? Question mark." And it wasn't no time, and like 2 days after that, and they were down here getting them. So, thank you, Lee. Thank you, thank you. LEX 18 investigates. And this was August 11th, 2023. Months ago, Kentucky State Police Sergeant Vicky Day filed a lawsuit against KSP, accusing the agency of retaliating against her for questioning a trip to El Paso that cost thousands of grant money. Now, Day's husband has moved to join the lawsuit, alleging the agency retaliated against him for supporting his wife and another woman who sued the agency over allegations of sexism. Captain Nathan Day was recently demoted from the rank of major, according to the lawsuit. Nathan Day was one of 4 men and 4 women that the agency sent on the trip to El Paso. Vicky Day was not on the trip, but raised questions about its legitimacy, saying that there was little to no training. KSP has maintained that the trip was legitimate and that there was training. Vicky Day's attorney, Thomas Clay, alleged at the previous court hearing that Nathan Day was facing pushback for supporting her. Now, that deposition that we just listened to, I'm pretty sure that was Thomas Clay, who was Vicky Day's attorney, that was questioning, asking a lot of those questions there. Unless I got that wrong, but I think I got that right. So, any of you out there that are listening or watching this, you let me know if I got that wrong. They've even gone so far as to tell her husband, "You got to make a choice. You got to choose between the KSP and your wife," Clay said at the hearing. Oh, I believe it. Whenever I tried to turn in all that stuff about misappropriation of money, nobody wanted to hear it. Nobody wanted to hear it. Well, so what does that leave you with? It's like deduction. Like, what are you going to deduce from that? Deduct. Deduce. It's late. Well, I am going to say that they know about it already. They were just hoping that you were too stupid to figure it out. That's what I think. Whenever they hired me for that job, they thought that I was just another dumb Eastern Kentucky hillbilly that couldn't read a contract. And if I could read a contract, I wasn't going to go with what I knew. I was going to go with what they told me. They just didn't realize I was a lot smarter than what they thought I was. People have underestimated me my whole life. As of Friday, a hearing had not yet been set to decide whether Nathan Day will be allowed to join the lawsuit with his own complaint. All right, that's that one. Let me exit these out. Make sure. Oh, okay. I got one more. One more. Now, how many times have we heard people say,
Hello, this is
see something, say something, right? If you see something, say something. Well, we've been saying it for a long time that there is human and sex trafficking happening right here in Letcher County, Kentucky, and Eastern Kentucky. Now, I am not subscribed to this channel.
This is Attorney General Daniel Cameron. It can be difficult to understand how large the problem of human trafficking is in our country, much less our tight-knit communities here in Kentucky. But it is a horrifying reality for too many of our Commonwealth's most vulnerable citizens. It's going to take each and every one of us to put an end to this horrific industry. That's why I'm so thankful that you are taking part in this training to help spot the signs of human trafficking. The stories you are about to hear are real-life examples of those who made a difference in their communities by recognizing the signs of human trafficking. In other words, they used their eyes to save lives. For more information about our efforts to push back against human trafficking, visit youreyessavelives.ky.gov or contact us by phone at 502-696-5436 or by email at youreyessavelives@ky.gov. Again, thank you for making a difference by helping Kentuckians escape human trafficking. And remember, your eyes save lives.
Historically, in the movies, trafficking is portrayed in larger cities, but it happens in rural areas as well. It just looks a little different. We had a case here in Hazard where we had a mother who had 4 minor children, and she had a live-in boyfriend. The boyfriend homeschooled the children. So while the kids were at home, he would have the kids go into these communities and he would have them sell crafts and trinkets and things like that. And he would use the money for his own personal financial gain. The fact that the suspects in this investigation used these children for financial gain is what made this trafficking.
Human trafficking is the exploitation of people for sex or labor in exchange for anything of value. Trafficking can be a large enterprise or involve only one person.
Did she just tell a story about a man? So let me unpack what she just said. I think she was telling the story of a man who homeschooled kids at home, so they didn't go to school. They were homeschooled. And he made them make crafts and trinkets and then go sell them on the street. Is that what she just said? Which, okay, that's really, really bad. But do you guys know what's happening in these hollers? Do you know what was just happening in our Letcher County jail? How about what's happening in our district courtroom? What about what's been going on in drug court? What about what's been going on with ARC? I'm speechless.
A trafficker can be a stranger or someone a victim knows. More and more, we are seeing family members exploiting their own children.
Yeah.
In these circumstances, a parent or caregiver is often trafficking the child. And
what do you do when your local police department, city, county, and state refuse to do anything? When a local school has called social services so many times that they won't even come out anymore because they refuse to do anything. When a school calls, when you have a school resource officer. So, I don't know how much more credible you can get when you have a school resource officer have to pull a little girl out of a registered SMEX offender's home when they should be in school, when it's a school day. But you can't get local law enforcement to do anything because one police officer, one police officer stepped up and said, "Oh man, they're good, dude. Listen, they're good people." That's everybody else that are just giving them a hard time. Really? How about when you've got so many rumors about a district judge or a district judge's chambers? What if when you have a credible tip called in by a member of law enforcement, whether current or former, don't matter, saying this is happening, and they say, well, we'll look into it if it is. All we have to do is look at the cases, look at the pattern. That's all the patterns, plural, that have already been laid, have already been established. They can't cover those up.
in exchange for drugs. Unfortunately, human trafficking is happening all across Kentucky. We see it time and time again throughout our Commonwealth. While we know most cases of human trafficking go unreported, Kentucky still receives hundreds of reports annually of human trafficking involving adults and children, and those numbers continue to rise.
Yeah, and we were retaliated as a neighborhood. Our neighborhood was retaliated against, trying to get it out of our community, trying to get it out of our faces day in and day out.
How do people engage in human trafficking? A major reason is money. Human trafficking is an extremely profitable industry. Estimates by the United Nations International Labor Organization show trafficking worldwide brings in over $150 billion in revenue annually. That's over 3 times the revenue of the 4 most profitable United States sporting leagues combined.
Well, let's do some real numbers. Let's do some real numbers. You pull all those numbers from the rehab. Pull all those numbers from the crime stats. How many women versus men have been charged with these kinds of crimes in the last? I'd be, let's see, this is 2025, and 2018 was when the election, that pivotal election was 2018. That election put so many people in the positions, those elected positions. Like, what all people do you have to be able to pull off the perfect crime and the perfect con? A judge, a prosecutor, who else? A sheriff, and who else? There was 4. Do you all remember what 4 they are? You need 4 to pull off the perfect crime, the perfect con. And it was a prosecutor, a judge. Was it a jailer and a sheriff? I don't remember. But it was a sheriff, a judge, and a prosecutor. And I forget what the 4th one was. But, honey, we sure got them. We got them. Oh, do we got them. I mean, you know, nowhere else in America could you say the prosecutor had a secret compartment in the console of his personal vehicle that was to hide drugs. And their girlfriend gets caught, pulled over with heroin, the F word that unalives everybody, LSD, and like, we're talking about weight. She was way down with so much stuff. Mary Jane, you name it, she had it. She had Suboxone, she had snow cane, she had everything you could think of. And it was Mickey's deputy that pulled her over in the prosecutor's vehicle. Nowhere else would they look at that and just ignore it. Like it just never happened. No, not one person has ever said a word about that. You don't have anybody trying to initiate an investigation. You don't have anything happening anywhere. I could just go on and on and on, but I've already been on here too late.
It's important to know that someone does not have to be physically beaten, physically restrained, or even threatened with physical harm to be a victim of trafficking.
Okay, so how about Ben Fields? How about Sabrina Adkins? Ben pimped her out to his uncle, Bill Meade, the fire chief that was real big buddies with the prosecutor I was just talking about, Edison Banks. I mean, this fool Bill Meade was so entitled, he didn't even show up to his trial at 85 years old. And everybody that knew him knew he was a perverted old man. Everyone who knew him knew he couldn't keep his hands to himself. They knew that he would speak very vulgar to women in general. It wasn't just certain ones he would be vulgar to. He spoke this way as this was just who he was. It wasn't a mask. It wasn't something he hid. From what I've been told, Bill Meade was just a nasty old man. And everybody just accepted him for who and what he was. Why? Because he had a Meade last name? Why? Because he had a brother who owned a coal mine? You put these people up on pedestals because they got money? Because they got a nice cabin up in the mountains that they're all up there swinging in? Probably got smack swings hanging from the rafters up there. Disgusting. And these are the people running these places that our governor has appointed to these positions. Steve Beshear, Andy's daddy, is the one who appointed Kevin Mullins. And Andy Beshear gave us Butler. Oh, and I bet he's just so proud. You can't be. Like, you, surely to God, you've got buyer's remorse on that one. Because he ain't gonna help you win the presidency, I tell you that.
A trafficked person often does not appear to be forced. Victims are lured into trafficking by false promises of romantic love or a high-paying job.
Well, how come Matt Easter went into his investigation of the Ben Fields case so hung up on force, or the fact that he didn't force Sabrina? Come on, man. Y'all cannot have it both ways. You can't. You cannot have, you guys cannot put this kind of shit out and then refuse to see what's been under y'all's noses for the last 20 freaking years.
Traffickers then use a variety of tactics to control their victims, including physical and sexual assault, threats of violence, debt, isolation from family and friends.
Every single law enforcement member in this area and region of southeastern Kentucky knew what Daniel Dotson did with his wife. Every single one of them knew. Don't tell me you didn't know. Don't tell me you never saw it, 'cause you're a liar. And I'll call you a liar right to your face.
Friends, withholding money or identification documents, and providing and then withholding drugs.
This case went on for 7 years and could have went on indefinitely if they had not knocked on the door of the Child Advocacy Center here in Hazard, Kentucky.
I opened the door and there were some girls standing on our porch, and they had a very shallow box of items that they were selling. And they also had a flyer of different services that them and their parents offered, which I thought was kind of odd. Pet sitting to tour guide, massage was on there as well. I mean, just that right there was a big red flag. I was so concerned that I contacted law enforcement.
There was definitely labor trafficking trade.
Are they, listen, let me get this straight. So this is the first time I've seen this, okay? So I'm watching this live or in real time with you all. So, I don't know these cases, but I tell you what this is making me feel like. It makes me feel like, okay, we've got people who don't have jobs. We've got people who've been struggling in Appalachia. You know, the coal mines shut down. There's just absolutely no resources and stuff here. And so what it sounds like to me are these families at least tried to find some way to make a dollar. Is that right? That they were trying to help. I mean, listen, way back in the day, they'd put their kids out in the gardens. They put the kids out in the fields and they worked the garden. They had they had as many kids as they could possibly have to work the garden and work the farm and for them all to be able to survive. I'm just saying. Do you understand how much SMEX abuse is going on? Those resources could be used in such, but they don't want them to be. They don't want them. Who's making these decisions? Like, at some point, somebody up top has to be responsible for understanding what's really going on in our communities, what's really going on up here in these hollers. The poor people, like there's way more poverty-stricken people that don't have any education. They have absolutely no education. And they're never going to get good jobs. They're just not going to.
And the case went through the court system, and the suspect pled to 30 years in prison.
You would not expect human trafficking or anything like that to be happening in our neighborhood. And that's why it's so important that your eyes be open. You know, your eyes can save lives.
Y'all gotta be listening, though. What do you do when nobody listens? What do you do when they've ignored an entire region of people? There has been a vulnerable class of people that have come out of Appalachia that are little girls from poor families. Add in poverty, desperation, addiction. People can be bought and controlled. And I said it the other day, there doesn't have to be no benefit from it. Mommy might get up and say, I ain't got no cigarettes. Hey, little girl, go up to the neighbors and get me a cigarette. And she goes up to the SMEX offender's house to get her mommy a cigarette. And what do you think's going to happen? Well, he'll probably copy him, I feel. He'll probably do something pretty nasty for that cigarette. Happens all the time.
Your eyes can save lives. And in this particular situation, because of the community, this case had a successful ending.
This story demonstrates how it only takes one person to save a life. And if we have people throughout the Commonwealth who are familiar with the signs of human trafficking, we can save many, many more. So now I'd like to share some of the signs of labor trafficking. You may see an individual pressured by an employer to stay in a job or a situation they want to leave. Pay attention to the mannerisms of the employees. Are they withdrawn, afraid to talk, or is their communication being censored? You may notice that an individual is not in complete control over their finances. They may owe money to their employer, or the opposite. They may be owed money that was promised to them. An individual may not have control over their own identification documents. Another common sign is an individual living or working alone or cut off from outside communication. During the course of your day-to-day work, pay attention to the businesses within your community. Could any of these serve as a front for trafficking? Look at their building security. Is it used to keep people out or to keep people inside? Can customers enter on their own, or do they have to be buzzed in by a manager? Do employees appear to have freedom of movement? These are just a few of the most common signs associated with labor trafficking that you may encounter throughout the Commonwealth.
Another form of human trafficking is sex trafficking. Sex trafficking is similar to labor trafficking. Both involve coercing someone to perform services. However, sex trafficking always involves commercial sex.
You mean like when Ben told Sabrina that if she would go sleep with his uncle, that he could help her with her charges? And he gave her some money, to help her out a little bit.
As with labor trafficking, sex traffickers ensnare individuals by promising to meet some unmet need. Traffickers then gain the
like house arrest, like an ankle monitor, like an ankle monitor, a whole house arrest system where the rumors were aplenty way before Sabrina and Jennifer. Really? You think an investigation would have been helpful into the Letcher County Jail? Do you think an investigation would have been helpful? I bet it would have. Yeah. Anybody ever think about doing an undercover investigation? Ever? Do you ever think about putting a female undercover officer in that jail? In drug court? In the SB 90 program? Send them to ARC? No, I didn't think so.
trust of their victims and insidiously begin to exert control over them. Pay attention to the people you know or interact with for indicators of sex trafficking. You may notice situations that seem off. So here are a few signs of sex trafficking. Trafficked persons often appear uncomfortable. They may not want to be in a location, but are unable to leave because of a controlling.
Because it's like they don't want to see reality. They want it to fit in this pretty little box that they've made. They're in denial, total denial, and we need a hero. You know what, Andy Bashir? You know what would make him win the presidency? He would win the presidency of the United States if he would come in here blazing and clean this crap up. If he came in here and said, oh, hell no, y'all. Nope. I've had it. I've heard enough. I'm done. We're coming in. And we're cleaning house. We're going to start over. And don't pick and choose who you listen to. Find out in the community who knows the most about stuff. Whoever told you that Van Breeding knew the most about treatment and medically assisted treatment lied to you. They lied to you. He's one of the ones who caused the problem in the first place. He sure wasn't your go-to for a savior and a solution. So whoever told you that, which it was probably Tim Robinson and all that bunch, they probably did. They probably did. But that I don't understand why they would think that, why anyone would think that they would be the authority and the expert on this stuff. Like, what would ever make you think that? Just because they have a medical degree? Just because they're a doctor? Well, I mean, I have a master's degree. I'm not a doctor, but I do have an education and a lifetime of experience, a personal experience. Why would nobody ever want my opinion or you know, why would nobody ever want that? I've never been able to figure that out to this day. I still don't know why. But I guess because there's an agenda. There's an ulterior motive. And it's all about money. It's all about keeping that money in that rotating circle, so it just goes back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and it never actually gets out. So that way, they don't ever lose control of it.
Trafficker. They may be reluctant to engage in selling sex, but someone pressured them into it. Many times, this pressure comes from a loved one, like a boyfriend, a parent, or extended family relative. Many trafficking incidents occur in industries where it may be common to be pressured into performing sex for money, such as strip clubs or massage businesses.
What about a judge? What about drug court? What about pre-trial? About rehab? House arrest?
Many times, an individual will have a pimp or a manager to keep an eye on them and make sure they are performing services.
You mean like their house arrest supervisor? Bashir is a wimp, but Fields was the pimp.
They may even refer to that person as a boyfriend, but that does not mean that they are not being trafficked. Sometimes they will be branded by a tattoo to identify that they belong to their pimp. Or they have an older or controlling romantic partner or sponsor who will not allow them to meet or speak with anyone alone. The trafficker may also monitor their movements, spending, and communication. A person may live where they work or are transported by guards between their home and workplace. Controlling home and travel conditions is a red flag when it comes to human trafficking. An adult or child may be dressed inappropriately for the weather or for their age. Children who are in an abusive family situation or whose caretakers have a substance use disorder are particularly vulnerable to trafficking. Their parent.
Well, think about what that one survivor told me. She said, I felt like I had the best thing going. She said, he told me where all the best dope was. He told me where all the roadblocks were. He told me who was ratting, so who to stay away from that was, you know, telling, snitching. She said, I thought he really cared about me. He let me go see my kids, children. So he creates, him and the judge or whoever has got her in this mess. It's the system. whoever the first point of contact is, I guess would be the police. Would that be Mickey Stines or his deputies, the city police, whoever it is, whoever first arrests them, puts them in jail, you know. Then they're under, it's the system. They're in the jail. Okay, so Lexi Bentley. Lexi Bentley's the girl that allegedly took her own life in the Letcher County Jail. But we've also heard that she did it up at the Hazard Psych Ward. I don't know what's the truth. But the story that we've been told was that she had a warrant or something on her. And so she allegedly called the jail and talked to Angie Fields, Ben's wife, and says, hey, if, you know, I've got an appointment to see my kids. Because, of course, they had taken Lexi's kids. Social services did. And so she apparently had like a meeting, maybe a supervised visitation with her kids that weekend. And she was like, hey, I need to get back to Letcher County. Maybe she was in Pike County or somewhere. And she didn't have a ride to get back. So she called Angie allegedly and said, hey, if I get myself arrested, will they bring me back to Letcher County so that way I can be there and have my visitation with my kid? And apparently whoever, Angie's allegedly told her yes. So somehow she got herself arrested and ended up back in Letcher County. And the next thing you know, she's put into a cell with Taya and another girl. And they end up whooping another inmate. Now, the jail was responsible for that. The jail knew they were putting 3 people, 3 friends, in with someone charged with unaliving one of their friends. So you had this girl over here who was in the Letcher County Jail accused of red rum. They unalived some boy in Neon. Well, that boy was those girls' friend. They had grew up with him. He was their childhood friend. So whenever they come to jail, they should never have been put in the same cell with the woman accused of killing him. That's on the jail. But yeah, you throw all 4 of these women in a cell together and you know what's going to happen. You know they're going to beat her up. Listen, and fights up here in the mountains don't get broke up. Like, have you ever seen people that are like, oh, hold me back, hold me back. They start running that mouth and they think somebody's going to break it up, you know? Somebody's going to hold them back and they're going to look all big and bad. That don't happen up here in these hollers now. You go to fight, you're going to fight, and you're going to fight till somebody wins. And everybody's going to walk around you and pull out their phone and they're going to record it. They ain't going to break it up. You get up in these hollers and you start fighting. They're going to fight until there's somebody who says they win. It's just what happens. You can't be no wuss up here.
Guardian or other trusted person may be overly controlling, or they may be groomed by online predators, promising fame, fortune, love, or an escape from their current situation. To be clear, any commercial sex involving a minor is automatically considered human trafficking. Fraud, force, or coercion do not have to be present. Traffickers are brazen. They are counting on people not recognizing the signs of human trafficking
Like
or
you?
not reporting them.
On August 16th, Kentucky State Police Post 10 responded to a call involving a man attempting to sell a child.
Kentucky State Police Post 10 received a call from a concerned citizen. The caller on the complaint said that the male subject with the child appeared to be intoxicated. He said that he appeared to be an addict. He said the woman with him also appeared to be an addict. The male subject said something along the lines of he would like to get $2,500 for a child that he was with. The caller also made mention that they'd seen a police officer pull into the parking lot, and they thought it suspicious how quick the vehicle left the gas station. It raised enough of an alarm for the concerned citizen to contact Kentucky State Police Post 10 with what he saw.
Witnesses at the gas station called police with a description of the person who would later be identified as Harry Day. Day arrived at the home and was taken into custody for human trafficking charges.
Without the person calling and reporting, there's no way for me to know what's going on. Ultimately, without them, we might not have found this kid this night.
Your eyes can save lives. You can notice when something's off. You can notice that child that needs help. You can notice what's going on in your community that's not normal. There's nothing wrong with being concerned, notifying law enforcement. When you can call us and we can help, whatever that situation may be.
We can't do this alone. It's going to take each one of us remaining vigilant to take care of the most vulnerable in our communities. Our office has committed from day one to fight back against this scourge, and with the help of Kentuckians like you, I believe that we can make a difference in the lives of our most vulnerable. Thank you for joining our fight to end human trafficking by viewing this training. And remember, your eyes save lives.
I wish they really meant it. I've found that, they only want help from certain places. Like you'd think that schools would take anybody's donation or gladly, or somebody wants to be a benefactor and put together a scholarship. Well, you'd think that they would, and I don't mean like a criminal or biker gang or anything like that. But they don't. They just want them from their friends. Oh, well. All right, guys. We're going to see y'all tomorrow. Pam, thank you, thank you, thank you. Martin A. McKittrick. I think I said that right. Thank you, sweetheart. Thad, bless you, bless you, bless you. And last but not least, Melanie Berry, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Thank you, Jesus, for another day, being able to come together in your name, Lord. I lift your name up and praise today, Lord. I love you so much, Jesus. I thank you so much for your presence in my life. I truly cannot live without you in my life, Lord. Without you in my heart, without you. always looking to you for what I should do next. How do I get myself out of this? Oh, Lord, I love you so much. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. I thank you for the roof over my head, Lord. I thank you for the food that we eat, the shoes on my feet, Lord. I love you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for all the windows and doors that you've kept closed all these years, Lord. I'm grateful for the doors that you opened. The experience, the amount of experience you've given me was such a vast amount of stuff, Lord. It's just amazing how it all fits and applies to my life now, Lord. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. I'm just so grateful, Lord. I pray that you continue to put your light at my feet. Don't let me fall, Lord. Help me to keep my hands off everything, Jesus. Because anything that I touch, I mess up, Lord. I only want what you want for me. I pray for your will. I pray for your will be done. I pray that you'll forgive me for my sins, Lord, and help me be better tomorrow than I was today. I pray for all of those that are recovering from medical and health problems, Lord. For all those who need a touch, who need a miracle from you, Jesus. All you have to do is speak it. All you have to do is speak it, and it shall be done. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Until we meet again tomorrow, Lord, we give you all praise, honor, and glory in Jesus' name, in Jesus' name. All right, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. I gotta go get school clothes tomorrow. I put it off. I meant to do it Friday. Said I'd do it Saturday. Said I'd do it Sunday. So I gotta do it tomorrow. Pray. Pray for us. All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace out, Girl Scout. Bye.
You can't hide from hillbilly crime.
You can't hide from hillbilly crime.
You can't hide from hillbilly crime.
You may not know that there's a crew in town. The head hillbillies are making their rounds. Small town whispers loud and clear. The sheriff shot the judge in his chambers chair.
Sheriff got a secret he won't keep. Judge shot dead in his disbelief. A lot of people have some stories to tell. Dark pass away, get the sound of a shotgun shell.
All the secrets spill on down. Voices loud in this old town. From the courthouse to the ground. Rumors fly and they can't be bound.
Neighbors hide behind their blinds. Whisper tales of troubled minds. Skeletons covering the mountainside. A treacherous reality in the pines.
Winter reveals the hidden lies. Moonlight couldn't mask the cries. Shadows caught in sunlit skies. There's no